Good evening, everyone. I'd like to welcome you and thank you for joining us for our closed session. City Attorney Logue will make a closed session announcement, and then we will welcome public comment on the item listed for closed session. City Attorney Logue.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council members. There's one item on this evening's closed session agenda. Item 2.1 is a conference with real property negotiators pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.8. The property is 928 Mariner Drive in Mountain View, California. The agency negotiators are Arn Andrews, Assistant City Manager, Christian Murdoch, Community Development Director, and Angela LaMonica, Real Property Program Administrator. The negotiating party is Department of the Army, and under negotiation are price and terms of purchase.
Thank you. Would any member of the public joining us virtually like to provide comment on the closed session item listed on tonight's agenda? If so, please click the raised hand button in Zoom. I won't say or submit a speaker card because there isn't anybody, any public with us in person. Is there anybody on Zoom? Yes. Okay. April Webster, you have 3 minutes to join us. Thank you.
Hi, thank you, Mayor Schwalter. Yes, I just wanted to, I saw that 928 Mariner Drive had come up, and I know Council has talked about this property in the past, and it has a large green area, and I recently attended as well the Moffett Precise Plan Community Outreach Session on the end of August at the Community Center. And I wanted to ask, there was a lot of sentiment that the Precise Plan outline boundary should be expanded, not just along Moffett, but further north to 85 and then further into the neighborhood so that you could have enough space to create a real community. And I think the space at 928 Mariner could provide just a really good asset for that. And I would like just to ask that it gets included if that is on the docket for the closed session to consider it. And I just wanted to talk about as well some of the things that popped up. Numerous is very interesting. There was a lot of common themes amongst the 6 or 7 groups that were brainstorming and coming up with their priorities. And a lot of it was, denser mixed use, an extension of downtown, a lot of small businesses, keeping the groceries, adding in coffee shops, seeing better bike ped connectivity, traffic calming, much more green space and parks and plaza. And I think if you build out beyond just Moffett and just the sidewalk space and the right of way, that you could create a really impactful and more integrated community that really embodies a lot of these priorities and dreams that people have of Moffett. And that's all. Thank you so much. I cede my time.
Thank you for joining us. Okay.
Thank you.
Is there anybody else on Zoom? All right. So that brings the public comment to an end. And with that, we will go into our closed session. We'll now recess into closed session in the Plaza Conference Room, and we'll return to the council chambers at the close to continue with the regular session. Thank you. Well, I'll take advantage of this quiet moment to welcome you all to the October 8th meeting of the Mountain View City Council. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you. May we have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Abby Koga. Here. Councilmember Hicks.
Here.
Councilmember Kamei.
Here.
Councilmember Ramirez.
Here.
Councilmember Ramos.
Here.
Vice Mayor Matichak.
Here.
Mayor Showalter.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you. All right, well, I'm going to start off tonight with a couple of announcements that I'm going to read because they're things that are of interest to the community that we want to make sure we get the word out about. One of them is the Ringsdorf Park Aquatic Center update. I know you've been following the updates on Ringsdorf Park Aquatic Center. You saw this, it was originally planned to open this summer, but due to some construction challenges tied to its being so eco-friendly, the opening has needed to be delayed, but it is coming. The project team is working hard to have the facility ready for the public, and we'll announce the grand opening date as soon as we know it. The new facility is a key part of our city's sustainability goals, featuring cutting-edge water heating systems powered by solar thermal energy panels and large arrays of electric heat pumps. These systems will efficiently heat over 500,000 gallons of pool water, as well as the water for showers, all the while significantly reducing our greenhouse gas emissions. Because normally, swimming pools are run by natural gas. A significant portion of the delays have been due to the difficulties in resolving the complex technical issues with these first-to-market systems, which will power one of the first all-electric municipal pools in California. So staff is close to resolving all the issues as the initial startup and commissioning of the systems has started this week and is looking promising. So once we've confirmed it's fully operational and ready, we'll be able to provide a more firm date for the new aquatic center to be open to the public. So this new aquatic center is a major upgrade, not just from a sustainability point of view, but from a recreation point of view as well. It includes a lap pool. The previous one was built in 1959, so it's done us good service. A recreation pool with a water slide, upgraded locker rooms, and a multi-purpose room. Once open, the state-of-the-art facility will provide a variety of aquatic programs for all ages, from lap swimming and water exercise to swim lessons and recreational swim. So anyway, we want to, we appreciate the community's patience. I know many people have asked me about this, and I haven't been able to give anybody a firm date because we just don't have one, but we are making good progress, and we thought people would want to know that. And then another thing that we're all talking about is the El Camino Real paving update. We've all suffered from the the horrible potholes on El Camino Real, and this summer there's real work being done to alleviate that problem. We've been anxiously anticipating Caltrans is continuing the paving project in El Camino Real between Sand Hill Road in Palo Alto and Grant Road in Mountain View, which is about 8 miles of work. The concrete work, including replaced sidewalks and curb ramps, are nearly completed, and paving started in Palo Alto, where they have been working their way towards Mountain View. The good news is that paving began in Mountain View last week. The paving work is performed at night, so many of us might not have been inconvenienced by it, and on-street parking will be prohibited in construction areas. Lane closures will need to be performed to perform the work, and Caltrans asked to allow additional time when traveling El Camino Real at night. So as a reminder, the city did receive $4 million in VTA Measure B pedestrian bike competitive grant funds for active transportation enhancements to be delivered with this Caltrans project. In Mountain View, the project provides for new American with Disabilities Act curb ramps, protected bike lanes, high visibility crosswalks, and 3 new pedestrian crossings with hybrid beacons at Bonita Avenue, Crestview Drive, and Pettis Avenue. So we're really looking forward to getting this paving complete. And as far as I'm concerned, it's the silver lining for this heat wave we've had, because it has to be 70 degrees to lay asphalt. And we've certainly provided good weather for asphalt laying lately, right? So anyway, those are the 2 announcements. So with that, I will move on to item 3, which is presentations. And please note, these are presentations only, so the City Council doesn't take any action, and public comments occurs after the presentation items. If you would like to speak on these items in person, please submit a blue speaker card to the city clerk. So first, we're going to have a presentation about Breast Cancer Awareness Month, and we would like to thank the Mountain View Fire Department for their partnership on this item, and we are happy to be joined this evening by John Cohen, Executive Director of Government Relations and Community Partnerships at El Camino Hospital, as well as Dr. Karen Somersill, the Vice Chair of the El Camino Healthcare District Board of Directors, to accept this proclamation. Would you like to give your presentation first, and then we'll read the proclamation, or vice versa?
However you want it done.
Why don't you go first?
Okay.
Yeah.
Is it on? Good, it's live. Okay, so first of all, I want to thank Mayor Showalter and the council members for recognizing this important Breast Cancer Awareness Month. And thank you also for letting me talk for, I'll make it short, just a few minutes about what's happening with breast cancer. As you know, breast cancer is the second most common cancer in women, and it represents about 30% of all cancers in women, and 1 in 8 women will get breast cancer. The good news is that the survival rate is many times better than it used to be when I started practicing. I'm vice chair and director of El Camino Healthcare District, but I'm also a 30-year practicing OBGYN who has diagnosed many women with breast cancer. And I remember back in the day when I first started, the rates of survival for 5 years were more on the 80% rate. And now for early breast cancer, it's 99% 5-year survival. And for overall, it's more like 90% 5-year survival. And that is largely due to better screening and better therapy. So there used to be plain films, and the radiologist would see, there's a cancer, and I didn't know where the cancer was. Now we have digital technology, 3D technology, where it really jumps out at you. And really fancy therapies like monoclonal antibodies. We don't just have tamoxifen for our anti-estrogen. We have so many other ones, letrozole and anastrozole, so many other anti-estrogens. And also medication that actually will decrease the blood supplies to the tumor. So this is great that we're doing so much better with early breast cancer. Unfortunately, the 5-year survival rate for people with distant cancer, so cancer that has gone to the lungs or gone to the bones, is only about 31%. So that's where it becomes very important to look at the patient and really assess that particular patient's risk for breast cancer. So some of the risk factors for breast cancer are common ones for most diseases like obesity and alcohol intake. But there's also familial. So if there's a certain number of people who have breast cancer or ovary, there's also if there's a gene, and everybody knows BRCA1 and BRCA2. Now there's just so many other breast cancer genes in addition. There, in our area, people tend to have their babies late. So if you have your babies late, then you're at increased risk. If you start your periods early and end your periods late, you're at increased risk. There are many, many different risk factors. And it's important for our community to make sure that their physician gets a good family history and looks at all these risk factors, because the screening is different. So the American College of OBGYN recommends screening with a mammogram starting at age 40 and then progressing every year until the life expectancy of the person is less than 10 years. Well, that's for the average risk person. If there's someone who has a 20% or more risk, which you can determine by various things, like, for instance, if somebody has atypical ductal hyperplasia on a biopsy, or they have a certain number of family members with ovary or breast cancer, then they should get more than that. They should get a MRI yearly. They should get a mammogram yearly at 6-month intervals. They should also be considered, if they end up having one of these breast cancer genes, since they have more than a 50% risk of getting it, they should consider all their options, whether it be a double mastectomy or a prophylactic chemotherapy. So in summary, I just thank you so much for raising our awareness regarding breast cancer by making this proclamation and bringing it to us. And I want to encourage all the constituents to get their mammograms and get a good history to their doctors.
So I'm going to come up and we're going to read the proclamation, and then we're going to have the fire department come up for a picture, and also hopefully the council members will join us too. So, whereas breast cancer is the second most common cancer in women and one of the leading causes of cancer-related death, and breast cancer is about 100 times more common in women than men, whereas doctors estimate that about 5 to 10% of breast cancers are hereditary, and individuals whose family history puts them at increased risk for breast cancer should discuss with their doctor or qualified health professional proper prevention and early diagnosis strategies. And during the month of October, with bold pink ribbons, we have pens, displayed proudly in the community, family, friends, and neighbors stand in solidarity with breast cancer survivors and reaffirm our commitment to raising awareness of this disease. And whereas Breast Cancer Awareness Month serves as an opportunity to increase awareness of the disease and encourage individuals to have a plan to detect the disease in its early stages. It is vital that those affected by breast cancer have access to quality, affordable care, and that research of all forms of breast cancer continues to be vigorously supported. Now, therefore, I, Pat Showalter, Mayor of the City of Mountain View, along with my colleagues on the City Council, do hereby proclaim the month of October as Breast Cancer Awareness Month. So if everybody will come up, and the fire department has been working on breast cancer awareness in our community for many, many years. So they have special T-shirts. It's very important that they join us, and the council too, for a picture. Here's your proclamation. Thank you. Come on up.
Because we're going to talk.
Spread out a little more.
Good idea for you. You're talking like this.
I'm short enough. Thank you. Thanks, everybody. Right. So would any council members like to say anything about the Breast Cancer Awareness Proclamation? Councilmember Abikoga.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to thank El Camino Hospital and Dr. Somersell for the very informative presentation, and then to our fire department who's always supported this. They wear the T-shirts as their uniform for the entire month of October to raise awareness. And as an 8-year survivor of breast cancer, I'm just really grateful for the education. And frankly, I did not have any markers, no genetic background of breast cancer. It just kind of happened to me. And I learned a lot, and I've been very, frankly, public about my experience because I wanted to share what I've learned and to spread the information and also encourage everyone to get their screenings in a timely manner because early detection is really the best way to combat the breast cancer. And I'm just really grateful for we have such wonderful healthcare systems in this area where we can get great treatment and really survive and beat cancer. So I just want to say thank you to our El Camino representatives as well as our fire department. Thank you.
Councilmember Hicks?
Yes, I want to thank you both as well. And in terms of, because I'm a breast cancer survivor also, and so that means, it's 1 out of 8 women, but 2 out of 6 council women. So maybe we have some of the habits of your women more likely to get breast cancer. But I just want to chime in and also speak up for early detection. I think that's what has pulled most of us through for so long. And thank you for the buttons from El Camino Hospital, too.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much. With that, we're going to go on to our next presentation, which is related to Arts and Humanities Month. And we're happy to be joined this evening by former mayor and candidate, chair of the Performing Arts Commission, to accept this proclamation. John, would you join me at the lectern? All right. One of the things that really warms my heart about Mountain View is how people who have been on the council before just stay involved. And I think John is a great example of this as the chair of the Performing Arts Committee. So thank you for doing that.
You're welcome.
Okay.
Pleasure.
All right. Whereas National Arts and Humanities Month was established in 1993 and is celebrated every October in the United States for the value and importance of culture in the lives of Americans and the health of thriving communities. And whereas the goals of the National Arts and Humanities Month are to create a national, state, and local focus on the arts and humanities through the media, encouraging the participation of individuals as well as arts, humanities, and other organizations nationwide, and provide opportunities for federal, state, and local businesses, government, and civic leaders to declare their support for the arts and humanities. And lastly, to establish a highly visible vehicle for raising public awareness about the arts and humanities. And whereas a vibrant arts and cultural community keeps residents spending locally, employs people locally, purchases supplies and services from nearby businesses, and produces the authentic cultural experiences that are magnets for visitors, tourists, and new residents. Whereas 86.2% of Santa Clara residents who attend arts and culture events agree that it inspires a sense of pride in the neighborhood or community. And 84.1% of those same residents agree it is their way of ensuring that this activity or venue is preserved for future generations. And whereas the Mountain View Center for the Performing Arts creates a thriving performing arts scene, hosting 263 events last year with 72,000 patrons attending the performing arts in downtown Mountain View. And whereas the economic and social impact of the audience attendance resulted in $2,850,000 in ancillary spending in Santa Clara County. I bet it's more than that. Anyway, and And whereas the City of Mountain View has a well-developed arts infrastructure through performing and visual arts and has supported the local arts community by maintaining and operating a performing arts venue as a resource for the local artists and arts associations, as well as maintaining public art programs and hosting a gallery free to the public to enjoy. And whereas the Mountain View Center for the Performing Arts encourages you to discover the world of passion and creativity by attending a performance, cheering on artists and performers, or visiting the lobby gallery to celebrate the arts. Now, therefore, I, Pat Showalter, Mayor of the City of Mountain View, along with all my colleagues on the City Council, do hereby proclaim the month of October as National Arts and Humanities Month.
Thank you.
You're welcome. You can, yes.
On behalf of the Performing Arts Committee, I'm honored to accept this proclamation. We work hard to evaluate the projects and how we can make the Performing Arts Center. Now, the mayor mentioned some numbers in here of $2 million and 200 some events. Our goal is to increase the number of events, bring in more diversity, and double the amount of money that people spend in Mountain View. So we look forward to working with you to develop that Performing Arts Center to be the diamond that it is. Again, on behalf of my committee, thank you for this proclamation. Take it to the video. Well, that's the hell you go.
Thank you very much. Does anybody have any comments for John? Councilmember Hicks?
Sure. I just want to thank you, John, and your committee and everyone else involved for all the creative work you're doing, and also thank the mayor. The proclamation took note of not just the value of the arts because we like art and music and theater, but also how it makes a downtown more vibrant, and as kind of a self-proclaimed spokesperson for vibrant downtowns. I think you play a big role in that, and I think with more work from home and sort of less emphasis on we all have to go to the office, our downtowns have to become more places that we want to go to, and I think you play a big role in that. So thank you again.
Yes, and I just like to also say that I think when I'm describing things that Mountain View has, I really see our Performing Arts Center as a thing of pride. I mean, every town our size does not have a beautiful Performing Arts Center, and particularly one that's so well used. So it's a wonderful thing. So thank you. Okay. All right. Well, with that, we will move on to. I have to take public comment. I almost forgot public comment. Would any member of the council, we've had the council say a few words, and now we will take public comment on the presentation items. Would any member of the public joining us virtually or in person like to provide comment on the presentation items listed on the agenda? If so, please click the raise hand button on Zoom or submit a blue speaker card to the city clerk. We will take in-person speakers first. Each speaker will have 2 minutes. Do we have any in-person speakers? No? Anyone on Zoom? No? Okay. All right. Well, then we are moving on to the consent calendar. That's item 4. Now, these items will be approved by one motion unless any member of the council wishes to pull an item for individual consideration. Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay. Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to note that while not in the presentation section of the agenda this evening, we will be having a presentation from our Shoreline Division Manager in item 8 this evening to give an update on the Burrowing Now program. So I just wanted to take note of that now so that everyone would be aware of it.
Thank you. Yeah, that's great. We'll be looking forward to hearing the news. Okay. So Back to the consent calendar. These items are approved by one motion of the council unless any of them are pulled, and they can be pulled just to make a comment, or they can be pulled to vote. If an item is pulled from the consent calendar, it will be considered separately following approval of the balance of the consent calendar. If you would like to speak on these items or the next item, oral communications on non-agenda items, in person, please submit a blue speaker card to the city clerk now. Would any member of the council like to pull an item or comment on an item? Well, I would. So I have a short list here. I just like to be able to bring attention to the work that is being done by our city staff and for our community, even if it's not controversial and deserves to be on consent. One is 4.5. That's the Energy Efficiency and Conservation Block Grant Program. This is a program that's been dormant for many, many years, but the Biden administration has brought it back through the bipartisan infrastructure bill. And it's similar to the Community Development Block Grants, or CDBG, in that it's an annual award with a formula that's based on the size of your community. It isn't really competitive. We apply for it, we get it. And so this year's amount is going to be used for senior center electrification. And this is important to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions and to upgrade this building to serve as a cooling center during heat waves. So it's an important project, and it's nice that the federal government is going to help us do it. Item 4.6, that's the, I'm glad to see representatives from the fire department here. The Santa Clara County Operational Area Multi-Jurisdictional Hazard Mitigation Plan has been completed. And not only was it very hard for them to be able to just say all that, it's a tremendous amount of work. So I want to give kudos to the staff for completing this huge planning effort, especially to Robert Maitland for taking the lead. And I was hoping that the chief or Mr. Maitland would explain a little bit about how this program will be used. Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Mayor. Juan Diaz, Fire Chief. I'll have Bob Malin answer your question.
Thank you, sir. Hello, Madam. Thank you, members of council, city manager, city attorney, everybody in staff. This has been a long time coming. We started working on this in November of 2022, and really I wouldn't be here today if it wasn't for the hard work of Renee Gunn, Eric Anderson, Nina Bijak, that for a 5-year renewal that we had to put this together. This came out in 2018. We thought we'd have it done in time with Santa Clara County for 2023, and it wasn't because of the stipulations that FEMA, Cal OES, and the agencies put on it to have it renewed in order for us to have proof that we have done our mitigation, our due diligence, our responsibility to identify what our hazards are within our area, so that in case of a disaster, when it came time to do repairs or to have mitigation or have the recovery efforts, we can say to FEMA, we've done our homework. We know where we need help. We know where our strengths and our weaknesses are. So by having this hazard mitigation plan, we are in fact shoring up what needs to be shored up, looking to the future, and then in this instance where we do have to have FEMA come in, like a year and a half ago for the winter storms, we have this checked so that FEMA can say, what have you done to prove that you're worthy of having any kind of reimbursement? This light reading right here. So that's the purpose for this program. Again, without Public Works, without IT, without police, just about every department in the city had a hand in this, and for that I'm eternally grateful. So thank you.
Thank you. I wanted to give you a chance to talk about that a little. It's one of those important things that's in the background that until there's a disaster, nobody, that most members of the public don't think about. But we're really appreciative that you have. So thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, all right. 4.8, support for Prop 5. This would lower the requirement for passage to 55% instead of the current 66 2/3 for bonds. It would make it much easier for us to raise needed revenue for things such as affordable housing or perhaps parks. I'm glad that this is on the agenda. And then 4.11, that is the purchase of a lot on San Rafael, and that's good news. It would bring together three lots that have been purchased for a park in that area, and it'll be more than 2 acres. And that area near Terabella is one of the areas of our community that is underserved for parks, and so this will be a big improvement. So with that, do I have, I guess we should go to public comment. Do we have any public comment on the, on this? Nope. Do we have any public comment? One. Okay. Is it on virtual?
Bruce England.
Hi, this is on the full consent calendar, correct?
Yes.
Thank you. Bruce England, Wisman Station Drive. Just have a few quick comments. There's very interesting things here on the consent calendar. 4.4 and 4.5 around issues related to climate change and all that, global warming, and clean energy, Silicon Valley clean energy, all that is great. I am curious about 4.7, the overtime and portal-to-portal pay for employees, only because I'm sure that our public safety agencies are on top of what they would need to do to come back to Mountain View in the event that a major emergency happens here while they're away somewhere else. That's probably part of the protocol. But I did not see that in the staff report, and so I am curious about that, as I am about all things that have to do with emergency response and public safety, as many of you know from me. And then 4.8, support for Proposition 5, yay. That would have been nice to have in play around Measure G, but it is what it is. Sounds great. I hope it passes. I'll just reveal my cards there. And 4.11, the San Rafael Avenue property, yay to that too. Let's hope that that happens. So a lot of good stuff in the consent calendar as far as I'm concerned. Thank you.
Thank you. City Attorney, is it okay if we have a question answered since the staff is here?
Sure.
Yeah. If you could answer Mr. England's question.
Good evening again. Juan Diaz, Fire Chief. So, Mayor, the portal per portal is just an agreement that we've had since 2008, so it's being updated. In terms of resources being recalled back to the city, it's a very good question. However, we don't commit any resources to any jurisdiction outside of our city unless we have the bandwidth to manage what we may need to manage in the city of Mountain View. Our typical deployments are 14 days. But we do have the ability to recall our resources back to the city if we need to. If there were to be a large event in our city, we're part of the local mutual aid plan. So we would be relying also on jurisdictions near the city of Mountain View to assist us. So recalling our resources is an option that is available. But in my 30 plus years in this business, we have never had to recall a resource that has been deployed because we don't commit to a deployment unless we have the resources at home to do so, to cover.
Thank you. Thanks for that answer. That's great. Okay, so I'd like a motion. We have a motion from Councilmember Ramos and a second from Councilmember Hicks. Are there any questions? Councilmember Ramos, there's probably something you need to read.
Oh, lots of things to read. I move the consent calendar, including item 4.2, adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Mountain View accepting a grant from the Santa Clara County Public Health Department in the amount of $25,000 and approving an appropriation amendment to increase the fiscal year 2024-25 Capital Projects Fund revenue by $25,000 and expenditures in Sustainability Project Capital Improvement Program, CIP, Project 20-99 by $25,000 to be read in title only, further reading waived. Item 4.3, adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Mountain View authorizing temporary closure from public access of 15 parking spaces with parking lot 7 from 3 p.m. through 9 a.m. daily from November 1st, 2024 through April 15, 2025, October 15, 2025 through April 15, 2026, and October 15, 2026 through April 15, 2027. 27 for use by Santa Clara County's Cold Weather Shelter Program staff and participants, to be read in title only, further reading waived. Item 4.4, adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Mountain View amending the Senior Center Hot Water Systems and Community Education about Building Electrification Grant Agreements with the Silicon Valley Clean Energy to extend project completion dates to December 31st, 2025, and authorizing the city manager or designee to execute ministerial or administrative amendments to the agreement, to be read in title only, further reading waived. Item 4.5, adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Mountain View directing staff to apply for a non-competitive $148,010 grant from the Formula Energy Efficiency and Conservation Block Grant Program, and accepting and appropriating awarded grant funds to City Hall HVAC GHG Offsets Phase 1, Project 223401, Mountain View Senior Center, to be read in title only, further reading waived. Item 4.6, adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Mountain View adopting Volume 1 and Mountain View's Annex within Volume 2 of 2023 Santa Clara County Operational Area Multi-Jurisdictional Hazard Mitigation Plan, to be read in title only, further reading waived. And item 4.7, adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Mountain View authorizing overtime and portal-to-portal pay for employees when staff are deployed to assist with wildland fires and other emergency incidents, to be read in title only, further reading waived.
Thank you. Any comments? All right, seeing none, it's time to vote. The motion passes unanimously. Thank you. All right, so now we move on to oral communications. This portion of the meeting is reserved for persons wishing to address the council on any matter that is not on the agenda. Speakers are allowed to speak on any topic within the City Council's subject matter jurisdiction for up to 3 minutes during this section. State law prohibits the council from acting on non-agenda items. If you would like to speak on this item or the next item in person, please submit a blue speaker card to the city clerk now. Would any member of the public joining us virtually like to provide comment on this item? If so, please click the raised hand button in Zoom or submit a blue speaker card to the city clerk. We will take in-person speakers first. Okay, each speaker will have 2 minutes. Thank you. The first speaker is Karen. Welcome.
Hi. Thanks for having me. I thought I had 3 minutes, so I'm going to say this quickly.
How many people are there? There's just 3? Okay, you can have 3 minutes. Yeah.
I'll read it quickly. My name is Karen. I'm a Mountain View resident committed to sustainability, and I'm here asking the council's help to allow me to use a waste reduction service that's now available all over the Bay Area, including Palo Alto, Cupertino, San Jose, but it's not in Mountain View. A few years ago, after opening my Recology recycling mailer, I realized that I was recycling things that weren't actually accepted in Mountain View. I did a deep dive on where to recycle these items, finding it a daunting endeavor. I started to make a plan to create a business to help residents recycle more. After chatting with a friend in Seattle, she told me about a startup that her neighborhood had called Bridwell, and they were doing just that. I did more research and saw how much work they put into recycling responsibly and how they even collected reusable items to donate to local nonprofits. I chatted with and realizing I didn't really want to recreate the wheel, I decided to reach out to them because I'm a busy mom. I chatted with the founder and asked him to come to the Bay, and I jumped on the opportunity to be the first employee of Bridwell here. I ended up leaving Bridwell a year ago to help out with my family, but I did work there for about a year and a half, and in that time, I helped launch 40 towns, providing doorstep pickups for hard-to-recycle items like plastic film, styrofoam, clamshells, that's where that hard thing with the berries, not an actual clamshell, and then multi-layer plastic. This stuff isn't recycled anywhere. That's your chip bag, anything in your cupboard. If you have kids and you have snacks, that's multi-layer plastic. And they take that. So I also want to note that this service does not impact the curbside program run by the city at all. It just offers residents to purely voluntarily the opportunity to keep more stuff out of the landfill and out of their homes. So I know Ridwell has been trying to work with Mountain View staff for many years to address their questions. And I was told by my former colleagues that Ridwell has put forward multiple proposals that would comply with the city code and allow us to get access to this program. But the city staff has delayed and pushed aside my efforts for 3 years and is still sitting on Ridwell's proposals for almost a year now. So our stuff just keeps piling up. And I have one little interesting fact I wanted to share. The average Ridwell user diverts 6 pounds of plastic from the landfills every 2 weeks on their normal pickup. If my house could have been a Ridwell member since it launched in the Bay, we could have kept 708 pounds of plastic out of our landfill. Let's say 500 houses did that. That's 354,000 pounds. That's kind of what you were talking about with the water in the pool. It's a lot. And plastic doesn't weigh much. It's a lot of plastic. So I just feel like it's unacceptable for a city that prides itself in being so responsibly environmental. Other cities have gotten past the questions and concerns about Ridwell, and I want to know.
Thank you so much. And you'll leave your contact information with the clerk? Thank you. Okay. Our next speaker is Gail. Gail, are you with us? Is there public comment on item 8?
Not typically. It's really reserved for staff and council announcements. So I think it would be better and more appropriate to provide it now.
Yeah.
It might not apply, or maybe it'll apply even more. I'm going to check my notes. I say a little less if I can check my notes. Okay. Mayor, council members, why should we protect and save Shoreline Park's burrowing owls? What impact do they have? Anyone with a garden or landscaping or growing food at any scale is helped by the burrowing owls because they hunt and eat insects, every small garden pest that you can imagine, and they help control small mammal and insect populations. So they do provide benefit to urban areas. Phil Higgins and Ryan Phillips, the full-time and part-time shoreline biologists that have been left in 3 months ago in July, have brought value to the city of Menlo Park far beyond just caring for burrowing owls. They obtain grants. They brought money into the city. They monitor and protect the 5 species in the Shoreline Wildlife Management Plan. They remove non-native predators from Shoreline Park. They monitor and control invasive weed species. They are on-site experts who respond to any wildlife matter. They train staff on wildlife practices. They navigate complex codes and help Mountain View avoid legal consequences. Phil and Ryan possess years of institutional knowledge on shorelines, wildlife, and wildlife habitat, and the city of Mountain View paid for that and has invested in them and trained them. And did you know that they're both teachers, college-level teachers, gifted educators, professional biologists, gifted communicators? So they're well-positioned and equipped to train Mountain View city employees who may not have those types of backgrounds in nature or in wildlife, or may not have a strong interest in those areas. So I'm here to remind you and implore you and urge you to please restore Phil Higgins and Ryan Phillips to their full-time and part-time status. They were sort of swept aside, it seemed, with ease, and it seems like that could be reversed with as much ease, and shoreline wildlife really needs them. So thank you.
Thank you. All right, now we go to Bruce England. Bruce, are you available?
Yeah, as long as I'm unmuted. Hi, Bruce England again, Wisman Station Drive. Yeah, three things. To Karen's point, that sounds really interesting, and I hope that she will reach out to us at Mountain View Coalition for Sustainable Planning, talk more about it, and City Clerk Heather can help put us in touch with each other, I think. And on the burrowing owls and Gail's points, as she knows, and a lot of you know, organizations like Green Spaces, Mountain View, Sierra Club, and Audubon, and other members of the community are very much on top of this and concerned and interested about the burrowing owl and the experts who are needed on staff to help with that. So just one more voice of support there for what's needed around burrowing owls in North Shoreline and elsewhere. And then lastly, I have various notes on this, but there was a news report recently that came out of the UC Graduate School of Journalism and was reported also by the San Francisco Chronicle and in a segment on PBS NewsHour that police departments in California have a potential issue or real issue with reporting police misconduct. And the study is online, it's available, as is the PBS NewsHour piece and the San Francisco Chronicle article, all readily available. They reported on all the different police departments in California, including Mountain View. And the reports came back from the police departments about what they could provide or have provided in terms of information. Mountain View reported withheld some or all records. That's a bit alarming. And I hope that PSAB can be tasked with reviewing this as one step that could then move forward to City Council. But it seems to me that PSAB would be the best first place to hear about this and find out what Mountain View's response is to it. But I wanted to bring it to your attention at the very least tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, that brings us to the end of our oral communications. And so now we are going to move on to item 6. We have public hearing tonight, 6.1, the mixed use addition at 194, 198 Castro Street. Would any council members like to make disclosures? Councilmember Hicks.
Yes, I met with the applicant and with the architect as well.
Excellent. Vice Mayor Matichak.
Thank you. I also met with the applicant.
Councilmember Ramos?
I met briefly with the applicant.
Anyone else? Okay. I don't remember them reaching out to me, but anyway, I did not meet with the applicant. I normally do. Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, thank you for those reports. And now it looks like we have staff who has joined us at the dais. Welcome. We have Jeffrey Sumora and Principal Planner Diane Pancholi, and they will present the item. Thank you.
Good evening, council members. My name is Jeffrey Tsamura, Senior Planner. I'm joined by Diana Pancholi, Principal Planner. The item in front of you tonight is a mixed-use addition project at 194, 198 Castro Street. The project is located on the northwest corner of Castro Street and Villa Street. The site is currently developed with an existing 2-story historic building known as the Jurian Building, with an existing restaurant, Agave Mexican Bistro, and an outdoor rear dining patio along Villa Street and offices on the 2nd floor. The general plan designation is downtown mixed use, and the zoning district is P19 Downtown Precise Plan Area H. The surrounding uses are 1 to 2-story commercial and mixed use buildings with various food establishments and personal services, and a restaurant immediately adjacent to the north of the project site, La Fontaine. The project scope is requesting a planned community permit and development review permit to construct a 3-story, 5,733 square foot mixed-use addition to the existing Jurian Building with ground floor retail, 2 levels of administrative office, and a roof deck on the 3rd floor. The project is requesting a deviation from the minimum retail depth and reduced depth of the parapet cap to accommodate location requirements, on-site amenities, circulation, and consistency with the existing historic building. Departures from the established development standards are allowed within the precise plan and supported by staff, as the proposed design can maintain the essential integrity and character of the planned area while providing necessary improvements and in a constrained parcel condition. Furthermore, the project is requesting a provisional use permit for the administrative office use on the upper floors. Lastly, the project is requesting a historic preservation permit, as the project proposes alterations to the existing Jurian building, which is eligible for both state and national historic register. Per the Mountain View City Code, properties that are eligible for the California or National Historic Register shall be reviewed by the City Council to determine substantial compliance with the U.S. Secretary of the Interior Standards, or SOIS, for the treatment of historic properties. The project area is located on the corner of Villa Street and the Wild Cherry Lane alleyway in the footprint of the existing outdoor patio area and non-historic single-story portion of the existing building. The proposed project is built to the back of the sidewalk, consistent with the downtown precise plan Area H development standards. The project includes a corner entry alcove for the ground floor retail space, an entry alcove to the office elevator and stairwell along Villa Street. The alcove provides a massing break and extends up through the height of the building. The proposed trash room and a rear entry to the back of the house is accessible from Wild Cherry Lane. There are 7 non-heritage trees in and around the project site, including 2 existing flowering plum trees in the outdoor patio area and 5 street trees. The 2 flowering plums are in good condition but are proposed to be removed due to their location and conflict with the proposed building envelope. A Chinese pistache tree along Villa Street is also proposed to be removed due to anticipated construction impacts from the proposed project. This will be replaced with a new 24-inch box tree of the same species in the same general location after construction. Tree protection measures will be required during construction for the remaining street trees, and a condition of approval has been added to ensure that these trees will be protected. The proposed tree removals were reviewed by the applicant's arborist and the city arborist for their ability to be transplanted elsewhere off-site, but were found to be unsuitable for transplanting due to lot constraints and building envelope requirements. The applicant is requesting a provisional use permit for a 3,605 square foot administrative office use on the 2nd and 3rd floors. The upper floor would consist of 2,234 square feet of administrative office space, and the 3rd floor will consist of 1,371 square feet of office space. Administrative office uses are conditionally permitted on upper floors and Area H of the downtown precise plan. Staff is supportive of the office use on the upper floor, as it is compatible with the surrounding uses and is in an area that allows a variety of uses. While non-residential developments under the downtown precise plan are not required to provide open space, the proposed project provides an 889 square foot roof deck on the 3rd floor for the future office tenants. The roof deck design includes native landscaping within modular planters and bioretention areas, and a variety of outdoor furniture, including a mix of movable tables and chairs, fixed lounge tables and stools, and patio umbrellas for shading. The design of the proposed building addition has a contemporary yet complementary architectural style to the Jurian building. The building incorporates a palette of stucco finishes, materials, and colors, which complement the Jurian building's colors and materials. The addition's 2nd floor windows are designed to align with the window placement of the historic building. The 3rd floor office space is clad in horizontal cement board siding to resemble the board formed concrete surface of the existing north and west facing existing parapet walls. The space is stepped back between 6 and 10 feet from the edge of the 1st and 2nd floor building wall to better integrate with the scale of the neighborhood and the Jurian building, and includes the outdoor roof deck. The project was reviewed by the Development Review Committee, or DRC, on December 6th, 2023. The DRC provided design input to achieve greater compliance with precise plan direction for the historic downtown and Secretary of Interior standards, as well as general guidance to enhance entry design details, and colors and materials. Subsequently, the applicant worked with staff to further refine the project design and incorporate comments to address guidelines in the downtown precise plan and historic compliance, incorporating the massing break along Villa Street, enhancements to the ground floor treatment through a modified corner entry approach and storefront window design, and better alignment with the upper floor windows to the window systems of the existing building. For the Mountain View City Code, historic properties like the Jurian Building that are eligible for the California or national registers require a discretionary historic preservation permit to determine substantial compliance with the U.S. Secretary of the Interior Standards, or SOIS, for the treatment of historic properties. As part of this process, the applicant submitted a Historic Resource Assessment, or HRA, prepared by their consultant, Archives and Architecture, LLC. The assessment determined that the Jurian Building meets the criteria for local, state, and national historic register. A peer review of the HRA was conducted by the city's historic consultants, Page and Turnbull, which confirmed eligibility for a historic register. For projects involving historic buildings, one of 4 sets of standards is selected from the SOIS for the treatment of historic properties. Given the scope of this project, the standards for rehabilitation were chosen. These standards allow for changes to the building while ensuring its historic character is retained. To ensure compliance, Page and Turnbull also conducted an SOIS analysis, which concluded that the proposed project would not alter the physical characteristics that give the Jurian Building its historic significance. The design of the addition is both distinct and harmonious, respecting the building's original proportion, scale, and materials. The planned demolition is limited to a small, non-historic, one-story addition built between 1921 and 1943 in portions of the rear wall of the Jurian Building, which had already been altered through the years and no longer contributes to the building's character-defining features. Additionally, rooftop solar panels and venting for new mechanical equipment in the existing attic will not damage the building's overall form and can be removed in the future without harming its historic integrity. In conclusion, the project has been designed in compliance with the standards for rehabilitation, ensuring that the Jurian Building will continue to express its mission revival architectural significance while accommodating the addition and updates. During the review process, the applicant hosted an in-person neighborhood meeting on June 29, 2023. Mailers were sent to properties within 750 feet of the project site. One member of the public attended the meeting and expressed support for the project. The project was then reviewed by the Development Review Committee, or DRC, on December 6, 2023, and was recommended for approval subject to specific design conditions to address remaining design refinements, which will be reviewed as part of the building permit. The zoning administrator reviewed the project at a public hearing on August 14, 2024, and recommended for approval to the City Council. No members of the public spoke on the item at the hearing. In addition to the meetings described above, the applicant held a separate private outreach meeting with representatives of Old Mountain View Neighborhood Association, Livable Mountain View, and Mountain View Coalition for Sustainable Planning on July 31st, 2023. The staff report does not include discussion from this meeting, as staff was not invited or informed of this meeting. The project is found to be screened out of City Vehicle Miles Traveled, or VMT, requirements. Staff finds that the project to be categorically exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act, pursuant to sections 15332, Infill Development, and 15331, Historic Resource Restoration and Rehabilitation. In conclusion, the zoning administrator recommends that the City Council adopt a resolution conditionally approving the Plan Community Permit, Development Review Permit, Historic Preservation Permit, and Provisional Use Permit pursuant to the conditions of approval attached to the Council report. This concludes staff's presentation. Staff, including Assistant Community Director Blazinski and Community Development Director Murdoch, are present here and available tonight for any council questions. And the project applicant is also here tonight and has a brief presentation. Thank you.
Great. So should we see the presentation from the developer now? Yes? There they are. Welcome. Please come forward and let us know your name.
Hello, council members. I'm Chi Chong, representing Hanson America, the owner of this building. First of all, I would like to thank the staff and Jeffrey in particular for the guidance and help. Without his support, our project would not be here today. So I moved to the Bay Area in 1980, 40-some years ago, and worked in Mountain View for many, many years. So Castro Street was my favorite place for lunch because of the diverse restaurants and inexpensive food. Okay, that's the old days. So I like it so much that I decided to buy a piece of Castro Street. So when the building came on sale in 1986, I jumped at the opportunity and bought it. And that was really lucky because Mountain View changed a lot in those years because of the downtown revitalization and so on. So now, after 38 years, we still own a building. It's fully leased. We don't have to do anything. But at the same time, Mountain View is very different, and downtown in particular is very different from what it used to be. So I feel there's an opportunity to do something with the building to make some positive impact to Mountain View and Castro Street. So with this, I'll turn over to John Foley, the architect, to talk about the benefits to this project, about this project.
Thank you, Chief. Well, good evening, Council, Mayor, and thank you for having us. Also, thank you to the Planning Department, the Design Review Committee, and the Zoning Administrator for all the hard work that they put into this. They really guided us through all of the requirements of the city's needs and explained everything very thoroughly and helped us really come up with what we think is a nice design. As Chi said, my name is John Froley. I'm Principal Architect of Strata Design Studio. We want to just basically have a brief presentation of the design that went into this and the benefits that we see for the downtown historic district. Okay, next slide. Next slide, please. So the slide on the left is a view as you drive towards Castro, and it shows the back of the building. And this also is the area where there's a lot of existing non-historic components in the patio area. The project involves a addition that will come off of that back wall and then extend to Wild Cherry Lane. And in the end, it will be a building that we feel will enhance the sidewalk and the approach to Castro Street. Next slide, please. One of the goals and primary goals of this project was to provide accessibility to the office space. The existing office area does not have very good, fully accessible restrooms and nor an elevator. So the new project, the new addition, will provide an elevator for access from the ground floor to the upper floors, and as well as a new ADA accessible restrooms in the upper floors. Next slide, please. This project will also provides the future opportunity to restore the historic building's original facade. The Jurian building is one of the few buildings in the area at the intersection that has no significant modifications at this prominent historic intersection. The new addition will provide the opportunity to restore the historic building's original facade. Next slide, please. As recommended in a recent Land Institute report, there's an opportunity to restore the street level facade to provide a stronger contribution to this historic intersection. This particular intersection is surrounded by 3 other contributing historic buildings. Next slide, please. So presently, in our plans and outlined in the historic evaluation as part of the project, the 1913 Jurian building occupies this prominent place in the downtown historic district. It was designed by a very well-known architect at the time, Frank Delos Wolf, in a mission revival style, and it still retains much of its original character-defining features. All of those features that are present on this building will remain and be repaired as part of this project. Next slide, please. And then, as mentioned previously, the rear of the building is currently filled with various non-historic structures and components. The infill addition will utilize this area, bringing a more aesthetically pleasing street-level retail space along the sidewalk and make the approach to the Castro intersection more attractive. Next slide. The design features, many of those Jeffrey went through, but the primary focus, the design features of the addition are meant to be compatible and complementary, but differentiate them so that they do not compete with the existing historic building that it will be a part of. And that's kind of the base philosophy of standards, historic, the Secretary of Interior standards is don't overshadow or overplay the historic building, let the historic building shine, and let the other building, the new building or the addition, be a contributing complementary structure to that building. Next slide, please. So, as seen from Castro Street and this primary view from the corner, this shows how the addition will have a low impact on the Jurian building. You can see it outlined at the very back. The design is meant to be restrained and not overshadow the existing building or the buildings around it. And this can stay up this slide, but from the beginning, from the moment that we got together as a team, Anthony Ho's not here, he's the associate architect, and we all had discussions about this. Our main goal was to blend the addition in with the Jurian in a sensitive way that respects the historic importance of the building and maintains its legacy as a significant asset to the downtown historic district. We hope that you will appreciate the thought and care that we have put into what we think is a very important project. So with that, I'll close the comments and open it up to questions if there are some.
Well, thank you. Appreciate that.
You're
So
welcome.
yes, do we have any council members who would like to ask questions? Councilmember Hicks.
Thank you. I do have some questions. First, I want to say that I really respect the work that staff and the applicant has done. That's more of a comment, but before, questions are questionable. So I just wanted to let you know that my background when I worked at San Jose and in Oakland was in historic preservation. It's one of the things that makes me most comfortable when it's done right and uncomfortable when it's done wrong. And you seem to be checking off all the boxes and doing everything right. But my questions are, one thing is you said you would restore the facade, the front facade of the historic building. Is that mostly repairs, or is there something in particular, change of paint colors, something in particular you'll be doing?
I think that's why eventually not the current phase, but actually when we talk to a zoning administrator, she has the interest in doing that too. So the original facade is actually, if you look at it overall, it's pretty much the same. But the original building does not have a staircase in the front. The stair is set in the back because there's no fire code in those days to require 2 staircases for the second floor. So one thing that we're thinking of is maybe move the staircase inside the building, so that we can pretty much have the same facade as the original facade.
I see. And that's something you'll come to us with in the future.
Yeah. I think it'll be more attractive.
Okay, I look forward to seeing that in the future.
And the plan now is to do the addition, do repairs, not change anything on the front of the building, repair as in kind as needed, retain everything that's there, and then carefully approach the facade with historic records and historic evidence of what was there, and try to then bring it back to an even a significant date, a later date, the earlier date that it was built. So that's going to be on a phased process of next phase.
Okay, thank you. I look forward to that phase. And then one of our community groups, Livable Mountain View, sent us an email asking this question that I thought was good. In the past, we've had, I appreciate the addition that has ground floor retail that is, as you said, compatible but doesn't try to outshine. It's not fake historic and it's not trying to outshine the historic building. Sometimes we have not had good luck renting up spaces to be open to the public. There's a building down the street that has the retail is acting as a lobby with a guard that offends a lot of our residents. And we have another space that is operating as a cafeteria that's closed to residents. So what plans do you have to actually make sure that that space is rented out in a way that's open to the public?
I would even make that as a requirement as the owner, because I don't live in Mountain View, but I go to downtown every day. I enjoy walking around. I mean, like last weekend, Oktoberfest is really enjoyable. So I enjoy spaces that are open to the public, just like walking down a European downtown. So, and as the owner who does not really have a mortgage, so as long as you can keep the development costs low, I think I'm willing to lease it at a very low rate to someone who can bring vitality to downtown.
Okay, thank you very much.
It's really, for me, it's really pride of ownership. I want to contribute to Castro Street. In my view, we have the nicest building at the corner, best corner in Mountain View. And I want to keep it that way. I want to make it as nice as possible and maybe set an example for other people to upgrade their facade, the building.
Okay, thank you. That's a great answer. I am impressed with your stewardship of the building and your enthusiasm for the downtown.
We are the third owner, so Julian family owned the building from 1913 to 1981, sometime 1981. Someone bought it, renovated the second floor, and turned it around. So we bought it in 86, and we plan to keep it within the family forever.
Okay, thank you. And let's see. Then Livable Mountain View also had a question about possibly mitigating a tree removal by putting mitigating tree removal by planting a street tree along the frontage along Villa between Castro and the project site where there's a gap. Do you know anything about where they'd be talking about? Is that already envisioned, or would that be appropriate?
I might be able to address this. In the illustration, we left out one of the street trees primarily so that the building was viewable and clear in the illustration. But there is a street tree that's there, and that's the one that I think is suffering right now, and it's a pistache, and I think it needs to be replaced. And so we will. I know in the requirements in the conditions of approval is replacing that tree. So that tree is intended to go back in, and so that there could be some confusion because that question came up once before, and where that tree is. But there will be a tree there. It's just that was my take on it. You might have a different response, though. I don't know.
Thank you for the question. Councilmember Diana Pancholi, Principal Planner. Staff did receive that question from Livable Mountain View. We did look into the possibility of planting a new tree. The frontage that is mentioned in the comment is along Castro Street, and it does have existing street infrastructure on it. We do have our acting Public Works Director, Ed, here, and he will be adding more context around what is planned for the project and CIPs for that.
Okay, thank you.
Good evening, Ed Arango, Acting Public Works Director. Thank you for the question. So we did, as Principal Planner Pancholi mentioned, the comment did get received by Public Works as well. And we did note that there is a gap there in street trees along the Castro frontage. What we're suggesting is through the interim Ped Mall improvement project, there's many phases of that project, and we find that it's really best, and the city has plans to do multiple improvements, one of which is coming forward to you at the next council meeting. That's the intersection improvements project, where we're going to be improving the intersection of Villa and Dana at Castro Street to have a channeled crossing, one channeled crossing in the middle of the intersection rather than the dual crossings that's currently there. And we can look at that as with that component or through other phases of the interim Ped Mall improvements project that we're doing with the decorative paving, the wayfinding signage, and we're also looking at some kiosks to put up. So it's multiple components there's multiple opportunities to take advantage of introducing something there separate from the development project, so that way it can be integrated more thoughtfully.
Okay, that sounds good to me. For the project, I just want to make sure they run up the retail. So, okay, those are all my questions.
Thank you. Councilmember Kamei.
Great, thank you. I'm not sure who would answer well, I guess this is a question for the applicant. So for the staging impacts, should this go forward, I know that we have multiple resident groups that have reached out to council that are a little concerned about what that might mean for the neighborhood. Would you be open to meeting with the resident groups again as discussing the staging impacts? I think in the staff report it said it'd be try to make it as de minimis as possible and staging in like the lot behind. And I think we got some emails and some questions about what the impacts would be. And so I was just curious if, I know that's going to be a later point in discussion with the city going forward, but I'm sure the residents would appreciate being able to provide some input or learning more about your process. Just wondering if that's something that you would be open to.
Yeah, it certainly would be open, yeah.
Okay, do you mind just saying it into the mic so they can hear you?
Yeah,
if it's not into the mic, we get feedback that they can't hear us online. So thank you.
Certainly, construction is always really difficult, especially in an urban environment downtown, right. And so it's very challenging for everybody. I think, from my experience, what generally happens, I've been working on a couple projects that are in dense areas, and when a contractor is identified and on board, and they have their construction manager kind of working on it, that's probably the ideal time to really think through all those and then disclose that or discuss that with neighbors, and certainly then let them know how everything will go. So I can see that happening, definitely. Yeah.
Great, thank you. And then my other question was related to lighting. So from the renderings that I saw of the buildings, the comments that council has received is how dark it is on Wild Cherry Lane, and it looks very aesthetic lighting right now. Do you think that there might be, at least on the Wild Cherry Lane, a little bit more?
I think we can work with planning. We were actually asked to pull back quite a bit of lighting for the skylight. For the night light, sensitivity for star viewing. So we did a lot of shielded lights, and we changed out our original scheme to something that was much more subdued. However, safety is always a concern, and certainly that has to be taken into consideration. And so I think there's going to be ways to do low, possibly lighting that lights up the walkways and also provides some amount of security. So anyway, I think we'll just have to work with planning on that.
One of the concerns too is just like the mixed flow, because cars go through there and pedestrians are walking. So I think just, not to go into comments, but finding a good mix of protecting our dark sky ordinance, which we're putting forward, but also not having people walk through a dark alley, which it is right now.
Yeah.
But that's where the question comes from.
Sure.
Okay. And then not sure if this is, I think this might be for staff. So one of the questions we received was about parking. And so I believe that the applicant would just pay the parking in lieu fee, and that could go to, is that right? And so would those parking in lieu fees go towards maybe the future lot we've been exploring, or TBD?
Yeah, it is. Thank you for the question. It is kind of TBD right now.
Okay.
Specific plans for the use of the fees has not been determined. It also depends upon when the project actually reaches that stage when they'll pay the fee.
Okay.
And at that point of time, what kind of efforts are we looking at for parking in downtown, similar to a new parking lot or other strategies. So that will be determined at that time.
Great. Thank you. Those are my questions, Mayor.
Very good. Vice Mayor Matichak.
Thank you. So I have follow-up questions on some of the questions that have been asked. The first is about the potential to add a tree. I thought when you read the email from Livable Mountain View, it said, they called it the frontage, but they said on Villa, not on Castro. And actually I can't get into my email at the moment to read it, but could you read that again? Didn't it say Villa?
I can read my notes, but maybe staff has the actual, my notes say, planting street tree, well, I don't know if my notes are good. Planting a street tree along the frontage along Villa between Castro and the project site.
Right. So I reached out to Livable Mountain View, and I thought maybe I got it wrong. But no, it's Villa that they're looking at, not Castro. So did staff take a look at if it was possible to plant another tree along Villa? I thought that the trees were kind of evenly spaced already. Some of them are smaller than others.
Right, and if you, I'm looking at the site plan right now along the Villa Street frontage, and the way the trees are spaced out right now, it will be difficult to have a larger tree in there, but we can definitely look into that and see if something can be planted. It's going to be part of the street trees. So as our acting Public Works Director mentioned, we will be looking at some of our CIP projects as part of the PED Mall study, and we can definitely explore it at that time.
Okay. And then following up on active ground floor use, I appreciate your comment. I guess I wonder, though, or I worry that what if something changes and the rest of your family doesn't feel the same way you do, or something happens and you do sell the building? What is different about the conditions in this condition of approval versus what was the conditions for the Bryant Park Plaza development? Is there anything different, or is it the same?
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Council, Community Development Director Christian Murdoch. If you're referring to the project that was in the Livable Mountain View comments, that 900 block of Villa Street project is actually in a different sub-area of the Downtown Precise Plan. It's in Area A. There is a different range of permitted uses in that area, which includes certain non-retail and non-restaurant uses like offices and so forth. The area in question with this project is Area H, the historic core. There's a much narrower range of permitted uses that include retail, restaurants, some fitness and entertainment uses, but not office type uses on the ground floor. So I think the potential for that outcome to occur with this project is different. That said, the economics of renting out the space could change over time. The economic expectations of a future owner could change, but I don't think you'll get the same type of use in this location as in the other example that was cited.
Okay, because in Area H, it doesn't allow, it's not really an office that they're using Bryant Park Plaza for, it's like a lobby.
Sure, but I think the point is the range of uses are intended to be retail, restaurant, et cetera, not those ancillary or support type uses for like an upstairs office, for example. So again, hard to guarantee, but I think that the potential for that to occur in this instance is much lower given the types of uses that are allowable are different.
Okay, thank you. And then I thought it was interesting that with the first community meeting, there was noticing done, but then I was thinking, well, now wait a minute. How many residential properties are there within 700 feet of this? Do we have any, I'm sorry, I should have sent that question in. Do we have any idea how many residential properties would have been noticed? Because 750 feet is down Castro, up Castro. So if you go to the sides, yeah, I can't think of a whole lot of residential.
Yeah, there might not be too many. We don't have the number with us, unfortunately, at this point of time, but we can certainly circle back on that.
I'd be interested to know, and maybe, you know, if there is another meeting, we need to take a look at noticing more residential parcels that surround this, because that's probably why only one person showed up. But I appreciate you continuing to stay in touch with Livable Mountain View and the other groups you met with. Okay, so in the conditions of approval, there were 4 conditions that were listed, and they had to do with continuing to work with staff on the building design and the plan modifications. And I was trying to envision what those would look, what you were trying to accomplish by continuing modifications, and I couldn't do it. So I was wondering if it's possible to bring up the building plans and show us what you're talking about. It's on PDF page 16 in the conditions of approval. And there were 4. Sure.
Give us just a minute.
Sure. Thank you.
So just for everybody's reference, the condition number that the council member is asking about is condition number 26 under the site development and building design. These are the modifications to the proposed building which were recommended after discussions with the DRC, and something that the applicant will have to keep working with us. There are 4 parts to this condition, or I should say subparts to it. The first one is regarding revise the design of the ground level retail tenant space entry to make it more, to enhance the entry at that point of time, at that place itself, and separate it from the adjacent alleyway. If you look at the downtown precise plan guidelines, it provides, or it puts equal emphasis on entries along the rear as much as it puts on the historic building frontage along Castro. So this is in line with that. The applicant actually worked with staff rigorously on a lot of revisions to the plans, but we reached a place where we thought that, you know, this is where we feel comfortable. It has achieved a lot of the unique characteristics that we want in the downtown based on the guidelines. But I think there's still much that, you know, a little bit more effort that can be done during the building permit phase. So that's why it has been incorporated in here. The other is regarding refining the...
Sorry, before you go on. So if the drawings that we're looking at, can you tell me how it would vary from that? Like what else you had in mind?
I would not be able to point to a specific thing that we have figured out by now. Otherwise, we would have actually specified that. The condition has been drafted in a way to keep a little bit of wiggle room for the architect to come in with some creative ideas in order for staff to actually assess and see what will meet the intent of our guidelines better.
Okay. Mm-hmm. So sorry. Yeah, if you wanted to go on to B, C, and D.
Sure. So the B1, B subpart is regarding refining the upper floor window door locations and proportions for better alignment between the top 2 floors, and to improve the symmetry and the proportion and alignment of upper floor windows on the alley facade. So we tried, as you can see in this particular illustration along the Villa Street south elevation, and the Wild Cherry Lane, there are different types of windows which are being used. Specifically between the third floor and the second floor, they are of different sizes. And a lot of what you see on the second floor is to try to make sure that it's compatible with the frontage that we see, the design that we see on the historic portion of the building along the front. It is a challenging task to make it compatible, but make it distinguished from that. And also looking at what is going to be the use inside the floor plan and how to accommodate those window sizes for that. And that's why this has been added. I think the applicant tried to work with us on various iterations to see what is a good, fit, how to kind of align the third floor and the second floor so that it looks in the same vocabulary of the elements that we were using. But I think we can still do a little bit better on the alignment. So we made it a condition of approval for them to work with us a little bit more on that.
So it's mostly the alignment as opposed to what the window looks like.
That's correct.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. And then the third, which is part C, is regarding refining the second floor window and wall detailing, including the trim bandwidth, locations for more consistency between the addition and existing building. So as you know, we're trying to make it more compatible. We were looking at the trim detailing, which was on the wall, and the window frontages. We worked a little bit with the parapet and how the band would align with the existing building, but we still think that there can be a little bit more refinement to align it a little bit better. And that's why this condition has been added in here. And then the fourth part is regarding de-emphasizing the bulk and prominence of the pilasters for better cohesion with existing historic building. In particular, study reducing the pilaster height to 1 story, terminating at the bottom trim band on the second floor to accent the retail base of the building while respecting the horizontality of the second floor, detailing on the existing historic structure. Additionally, explore an alternative tile finish or material to provide a more matte expression. I think I said a lot in that condition, but it has several pieces that we are trying to put in here to make sure that the look and the feel that will come out based on the type of materiality that we are using in here is going to be complementary to the design guidelines that we have. I don't know if the architect would like to add anything more to that.
We've worked very hard on it, and we think it has we've reached a nice balanced, aesthetically pleasing design. So the thought of going back and fussing with the pilasters again, and I understand materiality. We will want to certainly be more refined in our details because this was an early stage. But I think I'm open to the discussion about it. I don't want to start from scratch again. That's all. I think I've voiced my concern earlier in our design meetings, and feel that this needs to be a collaborative effort. And at some point, the design team needs to be given some type of autonomy to design a building and not have it a design that the city's designed for the client. So I'm sorry that I'm being a little bit resistive here, but we'll certainly listen to what you have to say. However, we've really gone a long way to alter what was originally designed and try to appease the DRC and zoning administrator and everyone. So we'll listen to what you have to say, but I really feel as though, quite honestly, we really feel this design has reached a mark that says it's a very good compatible building and it has a nice aesthetic appearance. I did study the pilasters going to the bottom of the bands, and it just has, in my opinion, a not so pleasant outcome. So anyway, that's all I'll say at this point.
So I'm not an architect, and so I was looking at this thinking, well, what are the pilasters? First time in 15 years I've heard that term. And which are the bands?
The bands would be the horizontal banding.
Are they white?
The windows, yeah. And they align with, if you look at the Jurian building, there are white bands above and below the windows at the second story.
Okay.
And then carried over, and we got alignment. We worked on that alignment and realigned them so that they are closer in alignment. However, so the horizontal bands that are on the top and the bottom of the windows on the new building, the addition, are now aligned closer to the bands on the Jurian building.
And where's the pilaster?
The pilasters are those vertical elements that frame the entry and then run up to the second band, the band above the window. So the pilasters, there's 4 of them in this case, one at each corner, and then one framing the corner entry.
Okay.
And it has a certain design that's, I guess, you can sometimes see it commonly in other historic buildings, so it harkens back to something that's slightly historic, but not truly trying to be a historic building. So it has a familiarity that works, I think, with the addition, the way it is presently designed. We did have them going all the way to the parapet at one time, and we reduced the height of those pilasters to the second band. And this is essentially where we landed, but if you can imagine looking at this when those were removed and they stopped at the first band, there was then a big void between the windows at the corner and the windows in the middle. And that threw the whole entire symmetry and the rhythm of the windows off, because those windows that are on the second floor in the corner were no longer framed, and the spacing between the first windows at the corners and the second window then became off, and then those would have had to have been realigned and to get the rhythm back, and then you have to go down to the first floor and then realign those again with the storefronts, so that it really basically imposes a redesign of the building, and we have to then go back down to the storefront and redesign those windows as well. So that's why I'm a little resistant to start fussing with it when we've got it to where I really think it's working. But I'll work with planning, and I know we all have the same goals. We want to have a beautiful, respectful building that we're all proud of, and it warrants, what we want for downtown Mountain View. We all have the same goals, and that's what we're trying to do for you.
Thank you very much. Thanks so much for going through those. I appreciate it. So I did see that there was bicycle parking in the building, but we are assuming people will walk or ride a bike here. So are there also facilities, I couldn't find them in the plans, but I'm looking at a version that's this big. Any showers or lockers, are there any of those in the building? Are they required?
Thank you for that question. The applicant's not proposing any shower facilities. It's only the interior long-term bike parking.
Are they not required if you're counting on that as part of your TDM strategy? They're not? You just get to show up for work and ride your bike there and ride home. Okay. I also had a question about the parking in lieu fees. Is there a different fee if you're required to do an EV parking space versus a non-EV parking space?
Thank you for the question. The way our fee structure works is basically it's based on, how many parking spaces are required. It's a requirement in the building code. So we calculate that number, and then we have a standard fee requirement in our master fee schedule per space, and that is applied to both EV and ADA. Same fee.
Even though they're required to do 8 EV spaces, if they were building the spaces, it makes no difference when it comes to the in lieu fees.
Yes, the same in lieu fees is applied.
Okay. And then someone brought up construction staging. I was wondering how that was going to work. Isn't parking lot 1 that it says a parking structure?
So can you explain a little bit more about the question?
Yes, so the question is if you're planning on using parking lot 1 for construction staging, that's a parking structure. So I can see where you can do construction staging in a surface lot, but how does that work when it's a parking structure?
So it is my understanding that, this plan still needs to be refined a little bit further. I think this is very conceptual at this point of time. As the architect explained, once the GC, the general contractor, comes on board, they'll explore what are the different places that will actually work for them. You're correct about the parking lot being the parking structure. I'm not very familiar with how the parking permits can work, but we try to avoid doing construction parking within the structure because that is available for all the guests that are visiting our downtown Mountain View. So it has not been finalized yet. I think we will be working with the applicant to explore all the opportunities and try to avoid using up the downtown parking structure spaces to the extent possible.
Okay, so it might be they use a surface lot instead of the parking structure. Okay. I think that's all my questions. Thank you.
All right. Well, you are the end of the line, so that seems to be all the questions. So that means that we open it up for public comment. Do we have any in-person public commenters? Okay. Well, then, do we have any, if anybody joining us virtually would like to make a comment, please raise your hand in Zoom and let us know. Do we have some commenters? We have two. I'm sorry. I was looking in the wrong space. Peter Katz, welcome.
Thank you, Mayor Showalter and esteemed members of the City Council. I'm Peter Katz, CEO of the Mountain View Chamber of Commerce, but I'm also speaking tonight on behalf of the Chamber's role with the Downtown Business Association. We are thrilled to support City staff's recommendation to approve the proposed project at the corner of Castro and Villa. Not only is it a lovely historical site, in fact, it's one of the stops on the Mountain View Historical Association's history walks. It's also the site of one of downtown's beloved restaurants, Agave Mexican Bistro. The city, the chamber, and the DBA have all been working hard to help downtown rebound and thrive, from the Ped Mall project to improvement grants to permit revisions. And inherent in these plans and initiatives is the desire to make downtown more attractive and vibrant architecturally and functionally. Key components include preservation of historical sites and keeping our existing local businesses. This proposal does both. The project is consistent with the city's vision, complies with state and national historical standards, and earned the approval of all the relevant city offices. Approval of the relevant permits tonight sends a positive message to those wishing to invest in construction improvement projects. It also sends a message to our businesses, visitors, and the public at large. Mountain View welcomes you. We are grateful to staff's efforts and encourage council to approve their recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Robert Cox. Robert, are you here? There you are.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Mayor Showalter, Vice Mayor Matichak, and members of the City Council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on the Shoreline building addition. I'm Robert Cox speaking tonight on behalf of Livable Mountain View, and I am the one member of the public who attended that initial meeting. We've already sent in a letter, so let me just hit on what I think are the two most important points. The first is the question about what parking and lieu fees will be collected and how they'll be used. I just got a phone call from project planner Diana Pancoli, who informed me that the normal fee for the 11 EV charging equipped parking spaces will be collected from the developer. It's good to know that, and I want to thank her for reaching out to us about that. We're also very interested in how the money will be used. Post-COVID problems like parking next to red line curbs and double parking have become frequent, and my neighbors would like to know what the city can do about it. The second is that we are glad that the primary uses approved for the space are retail, restaurant, personal services, art galleries, indoor recreation and fitness centers, which are all public serving uses. What we don't want to have happen here, as has been mentioned in the council discussion, replay of what happened at Bryant Park Plaza down at 900 Villa Street. During the public hearing for that project, we were promised as a condition of approval that the ground floor use would be a public serving use. But once the approval happened, there was no enforcement of this. And the developer even said, I'd just as soon keep it vacant than put public serving use in there. And so we ended up with an empty office lounge area and a patrol guard. We were also promised a working interactive historical display on the side window. And now we have one that is not even functioning correctly. Again, yes, I did file a concern about it this afternoon on Ask Mountain View. It now looks like the office part of that building itself is vacant, not our vision for a vibrant downtown where storefront businesses interact with the public. Let's make something better happen here. I'm glad to see the owner is open and even enthusiastic about it. And so we'll be watching, and we hope that it will all turn out much better than that project did. Since I got 43 seconds left, I'll just mention about the trees in the Livable Mountain View letter. I mean, the key, yes, it is. We were talking about on the Villa Street side, and there's like one large tree, one small tree, and what looks like a gap and another one. It's kind of like an Alfred E. Newman magazine smile. I mean, when you look at the tree streets. Now, I don't know. I mean, we have to actually measure it and see if there's room there, but that's what we were talking about. And it would be just nice to explore whether we can close the gap there, and either with a larger tree or another similarly sized small tree. So thank you for all listening to our comments, and good luck on a great project.
Thank you. And our next speaker is Tracy. Tracy, are you there? And then after Tracy will be James Kuzamal.
Oh, it's my first time unmuting, so can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, I just wanted to make a quick comment on the trees. I didn't see any in it, and it's been particularly hot, so you can all relate. And we should be just thinking about downtown and what it's going to be like in 10 years as the climate gets hotter, and just the aesthetic, I think, of the trees with the lights on them when you're down there in the night and stuff is really nice. So it may not be particular to this building and your design, but I think we should be keeping it in mind for downtown. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. So next is James Kuzamal. James, are you available?
Indeed. James Kuzamal, I'm speaking entirely on behalf of myself. I just wanted to briefly, say that the project sounds wonderful. I hope it can go through with minimal disruption and minimal time spent in big public meetings. And just mention, I'm somewhat disappointed that we still have in lieu fees for electric vehicle spaces, which feels like a sort of end run around the parking minimum removals we've done, although obviously it's still significant improvement on having those parking minimums, since a project that doesn't include unnecessary car parking is a project that doesn't need to electrify that car parking. And on the topic of showers for cyclists, I will say that I would not, while I have definitely appreciated at times when I've biked to work on longer routes having access to a shower, it is not something that most people that bike to work are using regularly. And I think it's great that small projects aren't burdened with excessive numbers of requirements for making perfect. That would make perfect be the enemy of the good. So thank you. Hope this project goes through.
Thank you. Your connection wasn't really good, so I'm not sure we got all of your comments, but we listened as closely as we could. All right, so that brings us to the end of our public comment. So we bring it back to council for comments and deliberation, and then a motion. So I'm looking for speakers. First, I see council member, Vice Mayor Matichak. I thought I saw you punch yours. Okay, all right. Vice Mayor Matichak.
Did you want to make the motion first? Yeah, but it's just the staff recommendation before I make my comments?
I am open to tweaks because I feel them coming. No? Okay. Then yes, it's just a staff recommendation.
Okay. So I just want to make a couple of comments. I was pretty worried about this, and because historic preservation is really important to me, and I think it's important to a lot of members of our community. And so I reached out to the applicant and said, I want to know what you're doing. And I felt like we had a great conversation. And I appreciate your perspective on, this is something you're very proud of. You want it to stay in the family. You want it to be a good asset to the community. I wish everyone felt like that. So thank you for having that perspective. I think you've done a really nice job of an addition that doesn't try to be, as I would say, faux historic. I can't think of anything worse. So I think you've done a great job of designing a building that is complementary, has some elements that make it fit really well with the historic building, but doesn't try to be the historic building. I'm okay with the pilasters the way they are. I appreciate the other items you said, maybe we could do a little tweaks here or there. But to me, it's not the end of the world if they're not done. So I do want to thank you for the work you did on this. I think you've done a terrific job, and I will be supporting the motion with no tweaks. Thanks.
Councilmember Hicks.
Well, I was ready to make a comment, but it's almost word for word what you just said, so I'll make it super short. So I just wanted to say it was a pleasure to meet with both of you when I met with you virtually earlier. It seems like you are really a great steward of this building, and I'm, happy that you're the owner and the architect, or I'm not clear if you're the owner actually, but the owner and the architect. And I agree it's differentiated, but compatible, but not competing. And that's the main objective. When I worked in the city of San Jose and interfaced with the Historic Preservation Department, we had a list of architects that people could work with. We didn't recommend them, but because we couldn't do that. But I would actually like the city to develop a list of architects that are good to work with on this subject in case people ask in the future, and I think that you might be one of them. And I also am pretty pleased with the way the addition looks now, and just don't want the architect to have to mull over it too much. So that's my additional comment. Thank you.
I'm just a little curious. Are you requesting a friendly amendment that that the additional conditions of approval are waived, or not?
Well, let me take the temperature of the rest of council. I know the vice mayor also commented briefly on the pilasters being fine the way they are. I don't know. I just don't want too much working and reworking of this. Do other council members have comments?
Vice Mayor Matichak.
Yeah, I don't want to create a lot of additional work or major changes to it. To me, the one that sounded like there might be something to it was the entrance, to make it more consistent with the standards in the precise plan. But the others, I actually am okay with how they look. But I also have, this big of a view.
Right.
So I don't think you need to change those, but I would like to see what staff had to say about the entrance. And I don't think it would change substantially, but if there can be a few tweaks done that make it more consistent, I'm okay with that.
Yeah, I don't think it is going to take too much for that entry modification or slight modification tweak to it. A lot of times what happens in the background after the project is approved and we're working with the project architect on the construction drawings is we assess a lot of options and not in a way that's going to be cumbersome on the applicant. We don't want to do that. They've already been approved. But just some creative ideas, and if nothing works out, we might just have some small tweaks and move forward.
So do we have a tweak to the motion? I don't have any way. You think it's fine the way it is? We've stated our opinions. Okay.
Well, sorry, I'm just going to read the motion in, but I feel confident that it'll sort itself out based off of the comments. So just thank you to the applicant for working with us through so many iterations. Obviously, we're a council that's very detail oriented and care very much, and thank you for sticking it through with us. And hopefully we'll be able to see this new building sometime soon. So I move we adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Mountain View approving a planned community permit, development review permit, and historic preservation permit to construct a 3-story, 5,733 square foot building addition with a roof deck adjacent to an existing 2-story, 7,608 square foot historic building with office and ground floor restaurant, and a provisional use permit to allow an administrative office use on the upper floors of a commercial building on a 0.14 acre project site at 194-198 Castro Street to be read in title only, further reading waived, and finding the project is categorically exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act, CEQA, pursuant to CEQA guidelines section 15332, infill development, and 15331, historic resource restoration rehabilitation.
Thank you. And I'm just going to make a comment that's similar to really what everybody else has said. This seems like a great project, and it is a beautiful building, and it seems like it's just going to get more beautiful. And we really appreciate your the staff's and your attention to detail to avoid the look of faux restoration. I'd never heard that term before, but it really speaks to me. And and it's not good. We don't. So we want it to blend in and look like it's just the original building, only better. And that seems like what you have in mind. So thank you very much for that. So with that, I think it's time to vote. The motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much. And we'll look forward to the groundbreaking and the ribbon cutting.
Comment to make. When we did the research on the building, there's one photo taken in 1913. Grand opening of the building with a band in front of the building and all the people. So we will recreate that when the building full restoration is done.
We'll look forward to it.
Yeah.
Do we need a bio break?
Just to be on the record, working on the entry, doing some tweaking, getting it fine-tuned, that's what we do. And so we'll get things that are just really dialed in well on this next round that, as we go through, as we move towards construction documents, that's where we really put the rubber to the road and get all those little details worked out. So I look forward to working with the staff.
Okay, thank you. I think that there's a request for a 5-minute break. So 10? Okay, for a 10-minute break. So we will be back in about 10 minutes. Thank you.
Like
Okay, well, I think it's time to get back to work. Our break is over. So we're going to go to item 6.2, HUD Pro Housing Grant Application and Establishment of the Acquisition Preservation Subfund. Senior Housing Officer Deanna Talavera and Housing Director Wayne Chen will present the item. If you would like to speak on this item in person, please submit a blue speaker card to the city clerk now. Go ahead, staff. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. I'm Deanna Talavera, Senior Housing Officer with the city's Housing Department. I'm joined this evening by Wayne Chen, Housing Director, Harsha Ramchandani, Housing Officer, and joining virtually is Julie Barnard, the Affordable Housing Manager. The purpose of this public hearing this evening is to, The purpose of this public hearing is to gather feedback on the City of Mountain View's grant application to the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development for the Pathways to Removing Obstacles to Housing 2024 program. This is commonly known as the HUD Pro Housing Grant. Note that this is a federal grant program distinct from the state's Pro Housing Designation Program. Additionally, this public hearing will authorize the creation of a subfund dedicated to acquisition and preservation activities here in Mountain View. The initiative will help the city maximize leveraging points in our HUD Pro housing application by demonstrating a firm commitment of city funds. Per HUD requirements, we posted our draft application for public review for 15 days. Staff notified the public about the draft application's availability on the city's website, and we notified the displacement response interest list email via an email blast. We also noticed it in 2 local newspapers. The public comment for this draft application will close on October 11th. Next, I'll provide some background. The HUD Pro Housing Program aims to support communities that are actively working to remove barriers to affordable housing through production and preservation activities. The NOFO, or Notice of Funding opportunity for the first round of the HUD Pro Housing Grant was announced last year. That round was highly competitive with only 21 grants awarded out of 175 applications submitted. The City of Mountain View applied for $5 million last year to facilitate the construction of 87 East Evelyn Avenue. Unfortunately, our application was not selected for funding. After receiving this news, staff met with HUD officials to discuss our application and reviewed successful applications from round 1 submitted by other jurisdictions. We did this to identify some best practices. From this feedback and research, we learned that HUD tended to favor applications that presented broader programs and initiatives rather than individual project funding requests. On August 13th, 2024 of this year, HUD published the second NOFO, or Notice of Funding opportunity, for round 2, expecting to make 30 awards available. This round will prioritize applications that demonstrate a commitment to overcoming local barriers to affordable housing production and preservation, as well as those that highlight an acute demand for affordable housing. So for this next round, staff have crafted a unique application that aligns with the city's acquisition preservation efforts and HUD's preference for innovative programs and initiatives. The City of Mountain View has already made considerable progress towards implementing a number of regulations and actions that are intended to remove barriers to producing affordable housing. For example, we're actively working on the tenant displacement strategy, which encompasses both acquisition and preservation efforts. Council has conducted several study sessions to discuss the evolution of this strategy already. And during the most recent session, the conversation centered on acquisition and preservation initiatives. As a result, the council decided to reserve $4 million from the city's housing funds to leverage at least $16 million in external funding. This grant application is the first step in leveraging that external funding. To support this goal, staff have proposed the creation of the Anchor Fund. This fund will not only establish a funding pool, but also develop the necessary systems, including funding mechanisms, partnerships, and operational practices to ensure its success. For the purposes of the HUD application, we'll refer to this initiative moving forward as the Anchor Fund. This program aims to help residents stay rooted or anchored in their homes, connected to their communities by preventing displacement. The fund itself is designed to fund the acquisition and preservation of at least 50 CSFRA units, as outlined in our Housing Element Goal 3.2, to support mission-driven organizations with the expertise to facilitate community ownership, acquisition, and preservation activities. It's intended to benefit low-income residents, and we aim to leverage external funding at a 4-to-1 ratio. The city is taking steps to develop systems that are currently lacking or do not align with community needs. The barriers on this slide were identified as key barriers for establishing an acquisition preservation program here in Mountain View. Public agencies and end-user entities often lack the capacity to effectively deliver and utilize funding. To address this barrier, we plan to engage with a third-party fiscal agent and establish technical assistance programs. As is often the case, financing for a comprehensive citywide deployment of this program remains a challenge. The program will actively seek additional external partnerships to secure further funding. This application just represents our first step in that direction. Additionally, the Bay Area faces high acquisition and renovation costs, which can impact successful acquisition and preservation programs. However, the city's Anchor Fund will provide substantial gap financing subsidies to help overcome this obstacle. To maximize points for the grant application, the city must demonstrate a firm commitment of funding. This can be accomplished by creating a sub-fund specifically for acquisition and preservation. And staff recommends establishing this sub-fund within the Housing Department budget and depositing the city's $4 million in seed funding, which was approved by council earlier this year. We propose utilizing the BMR and lieu fees for this purpose. Additionally, the city's application requests an extra $4 million in HUD Pro Housing matching funds to further leverage our commitment. If approved, the next step will involve staff submitting the complete application on October 15th. HUD has not yet announced a date for the award notifications. Lastly, if we receive funding, the funds must be expended by September 30th, 2030. Therefore, HUD funds will be drawn down first during program implementation. So in summary, staff is asking the council to consider the 5 items on this screen in order for us to submit the application and establish the Anchor Fund sub-fund. And I'm joined by Wayne Chen. Julie Barnard is joining virtually if there are any questions for our staff.
Okay, thank you very much. So the first step is to have questions from council members. Do any council members have questions? I think we're all thinking. I guess I do have a question. I'm a little confused about we allocated or earmarked or something $4 million earlier, and now we're requesting another $4 million for the feds. So is that going to mean that what we have in this fund is now $8 million, or are we moving the four? Yeah, can you explain?
Yes, thank you for the question. Yes, if HUD approves this application, then it would be an $8 million total, which includes the city's $4 million plus the HUD's $4 million for a total of $8 million. And we hope to use that to be able to continue to leverage funding to get to the $20 million fund.
That's what I thought you meant, but I just wanted to confirm that. Great. Okay, so that was my question. No other questions have jumped up. So that means we go to public comment, and we have 2 people who have raised their hand in Zoom. Do we have anybody who has submitted a blue card? No one submitted a blue card. So Anybody raising their hands to speak? No? Okay, so the first speaker will be James Kuzamal, and then after that, we'll hear from Bruce England. James, take it away.
Hello. Hopefully this is a bit better now that I've turned my fan off. I just wanted to, on behalf of
Yeah, this is better, but slow down a little bit.
Oh, absolutely. I don't have 3 minutes of stuff to say. On behalf of Mountain View YIMBY, I just wanted to say this is excellent. I sent in a comment letter that was actually after the written public comment cutoff, so my apologies for the delay there, but all we had to say there was that this looks excellent. Preserving and acquiring affordable housing is a key part of Mountain View's housing strategy, and we look forward to a future for Mountain View that has more abundant, more affordable housing for everyone. So thank you.
And thank you, James. That was very clear. Okay, now we move to Bruce England.
Thanks, Mayor. Bruce England, Wisman Station Drive. I read the Mountain View YIMBY letter earlier, and I just want to voice my support for what that letter says and also echo what James said, that of ensuring affordable housing, however we can get it in Mountain View. There are a variety of ways to do it, of course, is extremely important. As we all know, housing is so difficult to attain and to afford in Mountain View, and yet we want the kind of diversity that we value here, and we want fairness related to something that really should be a right, not a privilege, that everybody should be able to have access to housing regardless of their circumstances. That's all I wanted to say. Thanks.
Thank you so much. And I think we also received a comment letter from the League of Women Voters that was along the same lines. Okay, so any more comments? No, I don't see any more hands. So that means we bring it back to council for deliberation. I see a motion by Emily Ann Ramos and a second by Lucas Ramirez. Is there anything that you need to read, Councilmember Ramos?
There is a small thing I need to read. Should I do that now?
Yes, please.
All right. So I move we adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Mountain View establishing the City of Mountain View Acquisition Preservation Subfund in the Housing Fund to be read in title only, further reading waived.
Very good. Are there any comments related to this? Councilmember Hicks.
Well, I'll keep it short. I'm just thrilled to see this happen.
Yeah, I kind of second that. This is a great thing. I was very excited when you proposed the $20 million fund, and we put in the $4 million of seed money, and I think this is a great way to get another $4 million. And we have had a great deal of success over the years with HUD, particularly when we work with them and find out sort of what's the best way to use the system. So I appreciate that you have gone to all that trouble to do all that research, really very much for our good. So thanks. Okay, so with that, I think we can bring it to Clerk.
Yeah, I just wanted to confirm with the maker and the seconder that this is for all of the recommendations, including the resolution that was read.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, and I also could make a quick comment.
Sure.
All right. So I move for the entire staff recommendation along with what I just read. And I am grateful to staff for finding this access to money. I'm grateful for our community who have been pushing us to move toward these programs of acquisition and preservation. These are really great programs that we're going to be moving forward, and all together will be transformative for our community. So yay us.
Right. Okay, so seeing no more comments, it's time for a vote. The motion passes unanimously. All right. So that brings us to item 7, unfinished business. And 7.1 is an ordinance amending Chapter 1, Article 1, Section 1.2 of the Mountain View Code. Human Resources Director Maxine Guilo will present the item. And if you would like to speak on this item in person, please submit a blue speaker card to the city clerk now. Welcome. You ready? Good.
Good evening, Mayor Showalter, Vice Mayor, and council members. I am presenting an ordinance amendment for the Mountain View City Code regarding the definition of holiday. This amendment has been prepared by the City Attorney's Office and the Human Resources Department and aims to update and modernize our city code to reflect new holidays that have been adopted recently. On June 25th, 2024, the City Council adopted a resolution related to employee compensation, which has also added 2 new city-observed holidays, Cesar Chavez Day and Juneteenth. As a result of these additions, staff reviewed the current definitions of holidays within our city code, which, as it turns out, has not been updated since 1974. Over the past 5 decades, there have been changes at the state and federal levels regarding holidays, and we are bringing our city code up to date to reflect these changes. The key amendments to the city code include adding Cesar Chavez Day and Juneteenth as per the MOUs with employee groups adopted on June 25th, 2024, adding Martin Luther King Jr. Day as a city-observed holiday, removing Lincoln's birthday, and updating the observance of the 3rd Monday in February to reflect President's Day, which was previously listed as Washington's birthday in our code. These updates not only bring us into alignment with state and federal standards, but also reflect recent agreements made with our groups. These changes also align with Council Policy D7, which governs holiday leave for city employees. These updates are part of the larger framework that support our employee compensation policies and procedures. Normally, proposed changes like these would go through the Council Policy and Procedures Subcommittee. However, because these updates are so closely tied to the revisions of the City Code itself, we are recommending that they come directly to City Council for approval. This approach allows us to streamline the process and ensure everything is in place by the time of the second reading later this month. Although the city no longer observes the September 9th Admissions Day holiday, Council Policy D7 still explicitly references it. However, this holiday has been swapped for the day before or after Christmas. Until recently, city staff was uncertain when or why this swap occurred and whether it had been officially authorized by the City Council. Fortunately, we recently located resolution number 14400, adopted in 1986, which authorized the exchange of Admissions Day for the day before or after Christmas. This resolution also outlined the process for determining whether the holiday would be observed on the day before or the day after Christmas. It's unclear why the City Code Section 1.2 wasn't amended at that time to reflect this change, but staff recommends that we update both Section 1.2 of the code and Council Policy D7 now to accurately reflect the swap that was authorized back in 1986. If Council approves this update, the highlighted changes will be made to Exhibit A to the ordinance before the ordinance is brought back to council for a second reading and final adoption. If City Council approves the additional amendment to remove Admissions Day and add the day before or after Christmas, here is the language for the optional motion. This concludes my presentation.
Thank you. Okay, so we will have questions first from council members. Do any council members have questions? Vice Mayor Matichak.
Thank you. Just, I think, a quick one. When we have documents that are out of sync like this, and I'm not sure if this is an item 8 or if this is a question I should ask now, if we wanted to give staff direction to always just bring them back to us, if there's, if it doesn't need like interpretation or review by the CPPC, could we provide that direction tonight? And when we do it as part of this, or would we do that as item 8? And I guess I understand sometimes, on the second reading, you could do the update to like the council policy, but couldn't we do it all at the same time and just say the council policy takes effect at the second reading date?
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'll let the city attorney speak to the second reading issue. In terms of the direction for staff to just make those cleanup items without having to go to CPPC, I think that's totally fine for you to recommend that as part of this adoption tonight. But hearing that, I think we now know that we can do that too. So that's very helpful. I appreciate it. And then as far as the second reading goes, for the cleanup, I don't know.
I think we probably could have brought the resolution amending policy D7 with the introduction of the ordinance. I do, however, think it's a little bit cleaner to bring it with, when it's an ordinance combined with a resolution, it's a little cleaner to bring it with final adoption of the ordinance, because the ordinance takes precedence over the resolution. And so we kind of want the code to be amended first and then the resolution to be amended right behind it. Like, even when this comes back, I will look at the order of it, and I would probably like to have the ordinance first before the resolution, even listed on the agenda, just because that's naturally how they flow. But we can consider trying to, streamline it and as much as possible. And if it's possible, just to bring it all at the, introduction, I think that's perfectly fine, and we can certainly keep that in mind.
Okay. Yeah, I was just thinking for efficiency, so we're not talking about the same topic twice. Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Any more comments? No? Okay, seeing none, then that brings us to public comment. Is there anyone in the audience who would like to speak to us about that? Okay, so I see that we have some virtual people who would like to speak. So first will be Alex Brown. Welcome, Alex.
Hey, friends. I just want to say I wish that the city council, would prioritize a comprehensive code cleanup so that things like this could be found proactively and all at once. And, that was the thing we could have done. And that I know one of our council members still really wants to do. And when the work plan comes up again, it'd be great to find things that are lurking in there from 50 years ago that we could just fix. It's pretty easy to fix. Hi, Lucas. All right, thanks.
Thank you. Jennifer? Yeah.
I just wanted to provide a quick clarification. So when these both come back, the ordinance and the resolution, they'll be on consent. So it's not going to be a new business item. They will just appear, second reading's always on consent, and we'll put the resolution on consent as well. So you won't have to talk about it a second time. You can just adopt it. So it'll completely align, and so it'll go on consent. It won't have to be a new business item.
Thank you for that clarification.
Councilmember Ramirez.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to move to approve the staff recommendations, or I guess the revised recommendation, including to introduce an ordinance of the City of Mountain View amending Chapter 1, Article 1, Section 1.2 of the Mountain View City Code to modify the definition of holiday, including the additional amendment to delete Admissions Day and add the day before or after Christmas, and authorizing city staff to return directly to City Council with a resolution amending Section 8.05 of Council Policy D7, governing holiday leave for city employees to align with the amendments to Mountain View Code Section 1.2 to be read in title only, further reading waived, and set a second reading for October 22nd, 2024. And just by way of comments, I appreciate the Vice Mayor's suggestion and agree very strongly. If there are sort of common sense, logical cleanups or modifications to policies that align with Muni Code or whatever the circumstance may be, I hope that the staff would feel empowered to bring them to council without the need to go to CPPC. And I would even extend that a little bit more broadly. I actually had prepared a very lengthy speech about the need to eliminate Admissions Day, but you found resolution number 14400. So now I don't have to do that hard work. You've done it for me. Thank you. But generally, I think staff should feel empowered also to make modifications or clean up the code when it makes sense to. In this case, even if this resolution hadn't been found, I think the council would appreciate, the opportunity to make modifications without the need to explicitly direct the staff to, align or modify the holidays to, conform with the current practice. So, please, thank you for doing this. I think this is great. It's actually why I ran for city council in the first place, to modify the definition of holiday. So I'm very excited to be able to achieve that campaign goal. But beyond that, I think I'm grateful for the work that you've done. Thank you.
All right. It's good to have a little humor at the end of a city council meeting. What about, do we need to read this, a motion to introduce? Did you read that? I did. You did. Okay. All right. I guess I wasn't paying enough attention. Sorry. I do remember, however, encountering Admissions Day about 3 or 4 days after I came to California to Berkeley. And I don't remember what I needed to do, but I needed to do some administrative thing, like go to the bank and get a bank account so I could establish residency. And they were all closed because of Admissions Day. And I was kind of like, what? And but I had the same feeling when I was a college student in Massachusetts, and there were all sorts of things closed on Patriots Day, which is just another. There, every state seems to have a, one or two of those special holidays that are really meaningful when they're first adopted, but over time, kind of things evolve, and it's good that they evolve. I mean, I'm just always delighted every winter at Martin Luther King Day. I mean, it's just so exciting to me that we have a holiday for a black man. I never thought as a little girl growing up in the capital of the Confederacy that would ever happen. So, that just always brings me joy. And these things do. They need to evolve as our society evolves. It's really important. So that's my little speech for tonight. I'm sure you all wanted to hear that. No, never mind. Anyway, so with that, let's have a vote. It passes unanimously. All right. Thank you very much, staff. We appreciate your research and bringing this back to us. So now we are on to item 8, which is new business, and we are appointing. We have 8.1, appointing extra help retired annuitant under Government Code Section 7522.56 and 21224. And our Human Resources Director is already here. So go ahead.
Well, thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and members of the City Council. The next item before you this evening is a resolution appointing an extra help retired annuitant pursuant to the requirements of the California Public Employees Retirement System, otherwise known as CalPERS. Government code requires a 180-day separation before a retired CalPERS annuitant can be employed by a PERS agency. Government code also allows for CalPERS agencies to hire a retired annuitant before the end of this 180-day waiting period if their expertise is needed to fill a critical role performing work in excess of what regular staff can do, and the governing body approves the exception at a public meeting, which is why I'm here before you tonight. Staff recommends such an exception to hire Dawn Cameron as an extra help retired annuitant performing duties of assistant city manager in the city manager's office in excess of what regular assistant city manager staff can do. Ms. Cameron has the experience and specialized skills required by the city at this time, and her employment is critical to manage and deliver the projects outlined in this staff report. City projects and plan initiatives require staff resources to supplement regular staff. Ms. Cameron has the technical expertise and proven skills to carry forward these planned projects as scheduled. Therefore, staff recommends approval of this retired annuitant hire for this staffing need. This concludes my presentation, and I'm available for questions.
Thank you very much. Do we have any questions from council members? I don't think so. And then we also should have public comment on this. If you would like to provide public comment, is there anyone in the chambers who would like to? Doesn't look like it. Is there anyone on Zoom? Do you see anyone on Zoom? Oh, Bruce England, welcome.
Thank you, Mayor. Bruce England again, Wisman Station Drive, really quick. This sounds like a good idea. Certainly Dawn has done a lot of really good work through Public Works, and she knows the city. And I generally trust that the city manager's office knows why they need the additional support and the additional work. So this seems like a non-controversial thing to do, but I just wanted to throw in my support for this based on the city manager's office request.
Thank you. All right. So with that, we can close the public comment period, and we bring it back to council for deliberation. Is there any deliberation? I see that we already have a motion and a second. Councilmember Kamei, would you like to read the motion?
Yes, please. I move that we adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Mountain View for an exception to the 180-day wait period government code sections 7522.56 and 21224 to be read in title only, further reading waived.
Thank you. Okay, so with that, I think it's time to vote. The motion passes unanimously. Great. Thank you, staff. All right, so now we move on to item 9, which is what we normally call item 8. It's council, staff, and committee reports. So does anybody have any committee reports? City Manager McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor. So I'd like to invite our Community Services Department staff up to the mic to introduce himself and to provide an update about the Borrowing Now program. Thank you, Brady.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. I'm Brady Rebush, Shoreline Manager in the Community Services Department. Staff wanted to provide an update on the biological services at Shoreline while in this interim period with our Wildlife Preservation Coordinator on leave. The biological services firm LSA began work at Shoreline the week of September 9th. LSA has been on site 2 to 4 days per week with as many as 3 biologists at a time. And we've been able to use multiple biologists from LSA with different backgrounds and specialties for the different wildlife surveys and the different monitoring that is needed at Shoreline. LSA has been providing the core services to follow the burrowing owl preservation plan. This has included weekly burrowing owl monitoring of 4 sites within Shoreline, monthly monitoring of 4 other sites within Shoreline, and spot monitoring is needed. They have also provided a number of project evaluations, which is Shoreline's process for biological reviews for maintenance projects and repairs, to ensure compliance with the burrowing owl preservation plan for projects such as irrigation main repairs and landfill cap repairs. These repairs were put on hold until the city was able to get biological services. Through their monitoring in September, LSA visually confirmed 18 burrowing owls and mapped 43 burrows with evidence of owl activity, likely indicating that we have more than 18 owls at Shoreline. This number of owls is similar to what we saw in January, February, and March of this year. Because we did not have a biologist in July and August, we do not have counts for those months. For the last count in June, there were 44 to 45 burrowing owls counted. Of these, the Habitat Agency took 8 juvenile owls off-site as part of their overwintering program. A monthly count of burrowing owls going back 5 years is provided to the PRC in their monthly report that they receive with their agenda. The monthly reports are available on the Community Services webpage on the city website. LSA has also been advising staff on invasive plant species removal and habitat maintenance in burrowing owl mitigation and preserve areas. This has included being present while staff weed whacks, reviewing plant pallets for grant opportunities, and mapping invasive species of plants that should be removed by staff and volunteers. We are also in the process of scheduling a 3rd mowing for the year, which we do not always do with the city's mowing contractor, to mow larger areas around the guidance or under the guidance of a biologist. Going forward, the city is in the process of bringing on a 2nd firm, Sequoia, to increase the city's options for biological specialties and to facilitate scheduling needs until our interim personnel situation concludes. We are remaining in continued communication with our community partners, including the Santa Clara Valley Bird Alliance and California Department of Fish and Wildlife. We are also expecting an update on whether the Western burrowing owl will be moved to candidate status this Thursday after the Fish and Game Commission votes on the matter. Staff will continue to balance the many recreation, maintenance, and environmental needs at Shoreline with our biological services contractors until this interim period is over. And we will keep council and the PRC updated on the biological monitoring, surveys, and advisement occurring at Shoreline. We will also provide an update on the status of the burrowing owl and how that may impact operations. And that's the update. Thank you.
Okay, so council members, are there questions? Vice Mayor Matichak.
Thank you. So we had heard, at least from one group of volunteers, that they had concerns. Have the volunteer activities returned to what they used to be, or was there any change in volunteer activities over this period of time?
Yeah, so we did put volunteer activities on hold in July and the first part of August. Those volunteer activities started back up in August. With one particular group, Guardian, we had one standing volunteer day a month, and then usually we would schedule a second one that wasn't always a standard locked-in date. We are back to having one of those a month, and then we have certain members of that volunteer group coming more than once a month. We require staff to be on site while they're out there, given the nature of the work and the location. And so it's really a staff resources issue, but those are kind of our standard volunteer days. We have brought back volunteer days. We've been doing invasive plant removal in different areas of the park than the 9-acre site, which is the area that group primarily works. We've also been doing some work along the trail with volunteers. So our volunteer activities are going pretty strong. I'm sure there's an opportunity for more, but it comes down to our staff resources and being able to support additional volunteer activities.
Okay, great. Thank you.
I wondered a little bit about the bird count. Could you go over the bird count again? You said there were 18 burrowing owls that were counted, and but then you said that a year ago there were
earlier this year. So through the overwintering program, we expect to see an increase in owls. We had a very successful overwintering program this year. And so when the owls are then taken off site, we expect to see a drop. We also believe there's a difference in the way the counts are being conducted. Not saying one is better than the other, but LSA was only comfortable stating 18 owls. That was observed in one survey on one day. They didn't want to provide data across multiple days without being able to verify individual counts. They didn't want to inflate the numbers. That's why we think that with the 43 burrows showing evidence of activity, that we do have more owls out there. 18 was just the visually confirmed owls on one survey at one time that we can verify no double counting with.
Okay. And so all right, thank you. Councilmember Ramos.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm following up on Vice Mayor Magic's question about the volunteer activities. What is the set day that they're allowed to volunteer?
I believe it's the last Tuesday of the month. We do set up other volunteer days, usually with outreach. That was also, again, kind of in this interim situation and reallocating staff resources to address it. We started with 1 day a month, and we can look at doing more. We've also did see an increase during this time of these other volunteer activities along the trail and in other areas of the park. And so, the volunteer activities are usually on service, the city's volunteer program. The Guardian one, I would have to check if that's open to the public or if they distribute it to their list of volunteers only. They have an extensive list. I believe it's a couple hundred. So we usually let them start. We only take about 15 volunteers at a time. Again, given the sensitive nature of the location, we don't want to have too many folks out there and then the staff to be able to oversee it. But additional volunteer events is definitely something we can look at. And like I mentioned, we do have certain volunteers coming out more than once a month, and we set aside time with them and let them go in and do the great work that they do.
Because one of the complaints that we heard in one of the public comments was they also had youth volunteers, and when they had, are we looking at weekend times or opportunities outside of school hours?
Yeah, that is something we can look at. Again, it comes down to the staff resources and being able to get staff out there on Saturdays. One of the reasons that during the week works is that, especially right now when we pull staff, we're able to cover with other staff that are at work. Saturdays, it makes it a little more difficult, and if we have to bring additional staff in and who would oversee it. We have had youth activities out there in the past, youth volunteer activities out there in the past on weekends, and so it's definitely something we're open to. I don't know if we'd want to set a recurring weekend day necessarily right now at this time, but having one-offs or planning it with a specific group, absolutely, we'd be willing to look into that.
Councilmember Hicks.
Thank you. So maybe you can explain the owl numbers a little more to me. Is there an expected number or a target number, and does it change from year to year?
The numbers definitely change from year to year. And I apologize, I didn't bring it with me. The PRC monthly has the 5 years broken out by month in it. We had a really, really good year this year with the overwintering program, and so we got the numbers up to 44 and 45 in June. The target number, and I brought the burrowing owl preservation plan with me so that I can say this accurately. An average breeding season population of at least 10 pairs of owls. This measure is based on the assumption that approximately 30 acres of habitat will support a pair of owls, because one of the habitat goals is 300 acres. And then a nest success is approximately 50% to 75%. And then pairs fledge an average of 3 chicks per pair each year. So those are the population goals. So 10 pairs would be 20 owls, and then but we'd expect them as breeding that we would have more, but we would want 20 pairs going into the breeding season in February, March.
And does that goal go up every year, or that's a steady state goal?
That has been the goal since the adoption in 2012.
Thank you so much for coming. This is something that we care a great deal about, and I know you do too.
Staff does too.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Okay, other reports? Councilmember Hicks, do you have another report? No. Okay. Since we came back from summer break, I have had a lot of great things to do as the mayor. It's been fun, so I'll share a few of them. Going back on September 26th, I got to attend the inauguration dinner for Stanford's new president, Jonathan Levine. And it was really just a wonderful affair of kind of who's who in Silicon Valley. I got to see Condoleezza Rice and just all sorts of figures that we see in the news. It was really, really fun. And it was good, I think, to have, I was there from Mountain View, and there were the mayor of Palo Alto also attended. September 37th was the last Civic Center summer concert, and Vice Mayor Matichak and I have had great fun this summer, welcoming the bands and dancing and just generally listening to the music. This is a very popular program. It's really been fun. And September 29th, I got to be the Grand Marshal for the 30th anniversary Trailblazer race, which is run by the Friends of Stevens Creek Trail. They are an organization that promotes the trail and does upkeep and tries to promote the extension of it. So I couldn't believe it was 30 years on. I think I was the volunteer coordinator for the third one, and it was quite the job. You were supposed to recruit over 100 people to be there at 6 a.m. It was the last volunteer job I ever took without asking a lot of questions about what they really wanted me to do. Very, very educational. Anyway, September 30th, we had the celebration of service, and with the members of our city boards, commissions, and committees. All of the council members were able to attend, and I think that I certainly had a very good time, and I heard good things back from people. We had a sit-down dinner this time for the first time in a number of years, and people really enjoyed that. And we had a little trouble with the Jeopardy. Some of the questions were pretty. I don't think anybody. Trivia. That's right. Did anybody get 100? No.
My table was wrong.
Anyway, there was some friendly competition, but the questions were really, really quite challenging. But it was nice that each of the boards and commissions got to share not only who works on them, but what they're doing with each other. And I think it's always good for us to hear about the work that is done behind the scenes, not just with staff, but collectively with our boards and commissions. It's a tremendous amount of volunteer hours that are given to the city. So thank you to that. And also, I particularly wanted to thank the clerk's department. The whole staff in your department worked on this dinner, and you just really did a great job. Thank you so much for that. I think it was this Saturday was the Los Altos Follies, and this is sort of a spoof of a song and dance program that's put on every year, and this year it was a tribute to retiring Congressmember Anna Eshoo, and she and former Mayor Mike Kasperzak ran the show. It was very funny. as it always is. And it supports the Los Altos Bus Barn Theater, which isn't in Mountain View, but still it's a good local arts thing. So it's appropriate for Arts Week. On October 5th, I think we were all at the Firefighters Pancake Breakfast. It earns money for a great cause, but also is a fantastic education event. So thank you to the firefighters for putting that on every year, and for many of our council members who volunteered. October 7th was the Day Workers Candidate Forum. It was a good, actually, there have been several candidates forums, and I'm just bringing that up as a candidate myself and Councilmember Ramos. We are involved. We have 7 other candidates, and I think these candidate forums are just really a great way for people to hear about candidates, and they have them for the council members. They have them for school district boards. They have them for the judges, they have them for just assemblymen. It's just very educational. So we're having a lot of those. And then this morning, I went to a fascinating event put on by Joint Venture Silicon Valley. It was their opinion poll event. And you probably have noticed that on the front page of the San Jose Mercury News I think for about 2 days this week, there was information about the results of this poll. Russell Hancock talked about this as being kind of like a collective trip to our therapist for Silicon Valley, whereas when we go to the state of the Valley, which is usually in March, and hear about their Silicon Valley Index, that's more like our general checkup with the doctor and all the statistics that are part of it. But it was really interesting to hear about people's opinions and how they have changed. There's some things that they have been tracking over the years, and other things that are pretty new. But one of the things that's quite new is people's feeling about tech and their trust in tech. And it was very interesting. So I would urge everybody to check out the website at Joint Venture Silicon Valley. And it was just really, really interesting to hear about these opinion polls. So with that comes my list, and then it looks like Councilmember Ramirez has a list as well.
Thank you, Mayor. My list is one item. Last night, I participated in the inaugural meeting of the Mountain View Wisdom School Board Housing Oversight Committee, in which I served as the City of Mountain View representative. The committee was established by the Board of Trustees primarily to provide they say oversight, but there were a lot of policy decisions related to setting rents and lease terms and that kind of thing. It was a much more technical meeting than I was expecting, but I thought it went very well, and I was well assisted by Housing Director Wayne Chen, who joined the meeting and who hopefully, depending on what the Board of Trustees elects to do, will be made an ex officio member of that committee. It's not totally clear to me how long the committee will exist, but currently the bylaws stipulate that each member will serve for 2 years, but the bylaws can be amended by the Board of Trustees at any time. So it's a lot of work to do, but we're all very excited to help ensure the success of this very exciting program. Thank you.
Didn't we also just get an invitation to the ribbon cutting?
Thank you, Mayor. So yes, the ribbon cutting right now is supposed to be for the end of October, but there's still some things to work out.
We will stay tuned for that.
Yes.
Very good. Okay. So I think that brings us to item 10, our closed session report. City Attorney Logue, do you have a closed session report?
No final action was taken in closed session this evening.
Thank you. All right, then that brings us to item 11, which is adjournment. The next City Council meeting will be held on October 15th, to conduct applicant interviews for the Environmental Planning Commission. This meeting is adjourned at 9:45. Thank you very much.